Okay, what can I get for you?
Good evening, everyone. It's 5:30, so I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to June 28th, 2021 council meeting for the City of St. John. I will read a land acknowledgement. The land on which the City of St. John, Menequist, is situated is the traditional territory of the Wolastoqiyik. The Wolastoqiyik, along with their indigenous neighbors, the Mi'kmaq and the Pesto Tomocati, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s that protected their rights to lands and resources. Let us pause and reflect, please. I will now ask everyone to stand while we have the national anthem. Thank you.
I can't hear anything. Yeah, me too. No audio.
Okay, Common Clerk, over to you, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. First item on the agenda, we have minutes, item 2.1 of June 14th, 2021.
Looking for a mover. Mover Hickey. Councillor Hickey. Seconder. All in favor? Contrary? Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is 2.2 on the agenda, and that's the minutes of June the 21st.
Mover. Seconder. Okay, all in favor? Contrary minded? Next item.
Next item is the approval of the agenda, and there are a few additions that came from Committee of the Whole. Those would be item 17.1, Committee of the Whole recommendation with respect to special advisor to the mayor, 17.2, Transit Management Service Agreement, and 17.3, appointments to committees.
Can I get a mover? Councillor Killen and Councillor Harris, please. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is the disclosures of conflict of interest, if there are any.
Councillor Radwan.
Point 2.
10.2, okay. Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hickey, yes? Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a conflict on 10.3.
10.3?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, is that it? Okay, thank you. Okay, Common Clerk, next item, please.
Your Worship, next item is the consent agenda.
Deputy Mayor, do you want to move the consent agenda for us, please?
Certainly. I would move 5.1 through 5.6.
Seconder, Councillor Sullivan. Any questions on the consent agenda? Councillor Radwan?
A quick 5.2, I just wanted to mention how important it is, I think, for our citizens to keep their properties clean. This is taking a lot of staff time to go and look after these sort of incidences. And, I'd like to see everybody's cooperation on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda? Okay. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Members' comments. Okay. All right, first up is Councillor Radwan, please.
Thank you so much. I first wanted to just send a special thank you to Prude for organizing the Stay and Grow that I was at last week. It's extremely important to be attending these events, and I'd love to see more citizens out at them. It is a way to try to get our newcomers engaged and checking, and making connections. So to encourage them not to just stay here, but to also grow in the community. I also had contacted Romero House today. They're my hidden hero today that I'd like to mention. And in speaking with Evelyn, it's incredible what their crew has done over the last year. So just to give you some insight, last year they had produced 80,000 meals. From last March to this March, they ended up producing 117,000. Since then, they've actually increased this up to 150 since with the year with COVID. If anybody is looking for their services, they actually are open 7 days a week to give food out by their window from 9:30 in the morning until 1 p.m. They will be probably looking for some more volunteers, but one thing that I found really incredible is that they went from 120 volunteers down to 17 because they wanted to keep as few people on site as possible to help out with Romero House. They've been serving an average of 376 meals a month. And if anybody is looking to make a donation, they can go on their Facebook page. They look for bottled water very often at this time, and they have a list of food that they would be needing. Of course, in the wintertime, they also do their mobile truck. They will give some hot chocolate and sandwiches and some clothing as well. And I just wanted to also mentioned that our Redhead community is going to be having a community yard sale on July the 3rd. They actually also already have 42 vendors, and it's going to be going from 8 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. They do have a list of the addresses on their Facebook event, so it'd be great for you guys to attend.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sullivan, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The City of St. John, actually, in partnership with the port, for those boaters out there, if you remember, dredged Market Square last year and did a whole lot of work. And just so boaters know, hopefully some boaters from Nova Scotia, soon to be the United States, coming up to enjoy our river system. There are now 3 pieces of dock installed at Market Square. So there's dock space for you to hang out and enjoy restaurants on the boardwalk, or even if you're just waiting for the tide. The full suite of docks isn't there this year because of the work that's going on across the way, getting the Fundy Quay ready. However, lots of water there, so boaters, come on down, enjoy Uptown St. John. Second, congratulations to the graduates this year, the students, and all of the educational staff. It's certainly been a tough year. It's been really different in the school system, but we've made it through, and things are looking bright back to hopefully pre-COVID routines starting in September. So just congratulations to the graduates. Lots of creative ways for graduation ceremonies to take place, and safe gatherings, which leads us to, we are getting there, St. John. We haven't had many new cases of COVID in St. John, and the province of New Brunswick is doing well, but we're not at 0 yet. So please be reminded, don't get too confident just yet. Please wear your masks. Please socially distance. Please wash your hands. Congratulations to those of you who have your 2 vaccines. Everybody else, don't forget to book. Thank you.
Councillor Hickey, you're up next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention I had the chance to travel a bit around New Brunswick this last week. I had a bit of vacation, and I happened to be on the Bay de Chaleur up north. And I just wanted to say, our northern communities have got biking down. Their cycling routes and off road trails and their infrastructure is incredible. And I think if you ever get the chance to do a bit of research on it, I encourage you. I think it should be a model that we strive for in this community as we increase the interconnectedness of our bike routes throughout the city. I think it was really incredible. I think we biked along around 50 kilometers of untouched by roads, by vehicle met roads the entire time, which is quite impressive. I also just wanted to mention what Councillor Radwan has mentioned. There's a Stay and Grow event at the Imperial Theatre. I was unable to make it, but I heard that their keynote speaker, Bernadette Fernandez, and of course her incredible mother, Adelaide, did a fantastic job at the event, and I just want to congratulate them as they are close friends. Certainly an extension to any graduates in the community over the past couple of weeks, lots of graduations, and certainly from what I saw on social media, Councillor Sullivan is indeed correct in the creativeness of their graduation ceremonies, and encourage everyone to get their second dose. Mine's booked this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Norton?
Thank you, Your Worship. Congratulations to Rick Gosselin, Cynthia Johnston, the late Bruce Melanson, Malcolm Seward Nielsen, Charlie Sullivan Jr., and our very own Kevin Watson. And if you don't know Kevin, you haven't been hanging out at the boxing ring, or you haven't been hanging out in the city of St. John for very long, but congratulations to those 6 individuals for being inducted to the Greater St. John Sports Hall of Fame. They've invested a tremendous amount of hours into sports and recreation and youth into our community, and it's difficult to do the things that we do without folks like that. You can see their pictures, or their renderings, if you will, at TD Station. And just congratulations. Also, I'd be amiss if I didn't say what has already been said. Congratulations to certainly the graduates, whether it's post-secondary, whether it's high school, whether it's moving on from grade 5 into middle, whether it's transition from middle into high, and all points in between. Lots of milestones. Parents, caregivers, community members, obviously faculty and staff of the Anglophone South School District, and right here the St. John Education Centre, for all that you've done to move folks on. Their bubbles complete and nothing burst. So good job to those folks. With that, I'm done. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Killen, please.
Just real quick on the graduation front, Councillor Radwan and I were fortunate enough to attend the First Steps graduation where we witnessed numerous wonderful young women receive their GEDs or their graduate certificates from high school, and their stories were incredible. This community is doing a great job in trying to wrap their arms around these folks to make sure that they, have a transition from maybe an unfortunate situation to a much better one. And United Way and Kara Cole and all the Mallory and the staff there, they're incredible example of community leaders. So just want to add them in there.
Thank you, Councillor Killen. I have to agree with you with First Steps. Have been there many years for the graduations. It is pretty impressive. I'll just say briefly that we are all finding our way on this council, so I will ask the public's patience with us. I'm in a new seat. We have 5 new councillors that are also learning their way, and we'll have patience with each other as we go forward on this journey. I don't really have any news to report. You'll notice that my name, that's always been my name, Donna Node. I added Reardon in 1982. I've always signed, that's my legal ID, so I'm happy with Mayor Reardon. Node Reardon, whatever, I'm good with it all. Just want to get a little clarification with that. And so that's it. So away we go. We're going to go right to the public hearing. We'll start at 6:30 tonight, so we're going to get the rest of the business. So we'll be skipping over that right for now until the 6:30 time. So I will pass that over to you, please, Common Clerk, for the next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the next item on the agenda, skipping the public hearing, would be consideration of bylaws. So there's item 10.1 on your agenda, and this is with respect to Canterbury Street loading zone removal, traffic bylaw amendment, and Commissioner Hugenholtz will provide a brief introduction.
Over to you, Commissioner.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Item 10.1 deals with the removal of a loading zone from a section of Canterbury Street. This was done at a request of a local business who wanted to put a sidewalk cafe in front of their store. So staff did reach out to neighboring businesses, received quite a number of letters of support. So we are pleased to support the community economic recovery efforts from COVID-19 with this amendment to the bylaw that would remove that existing loading zone. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Common Clerk for first and second reading.
So, Your Worship, we'd be looking for a motion from council for first reading and then a second motion for second reading, and these are both by title only.
Okay, motion. Councillor Radwan, Councillor Hickey for first reading. Any questions? All those in favor? Contrary? Motion carried. And we'll need a motion for, oh, sorry.
And the title of this one is a bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John, bylaw number MV10 and amendments thereto.
And can I have a motion for second reading, please? Councillor Stewart, Councillor Harris. All in favor? Contrary minded?
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John, bylaw number MV 10.1 and amendments thereto.
Thank you. All right, Common Clerk, next item, please.
Next on the agenda is 10.2, another bylaw reading, and this is for lane reduction and parking expansion to Charlotte Street between Union Street and North Market. It has 2 bylaws that which both require first and second reading, both traffic and parking. And Commissioner Hugenholtz will again introduce this.
Okay, Commissioner Hugenholtz, please.
Good evening again, Your Worship, members of council. The demolition of the property at 91 King Street has required closure of part of a lane along Charlotte Street between North Market and King Street. So there was a traffic study done that showed that there would still be an acceptable level of service for vehicle traffic passing through that area. The bylaw amendment in front of you this evening would permit temporary closure of the rest of that lane between Union and North Market, the right-hand lane, for the duration of the construction. So that traffic lane would be replaced by metered parking, total of 7 spaces, including 1 accessible space. With your approval, that will be enabled by the first and second reading this evening. So with that, I'll turn it over to the common clerk.
Your worship, so first, if we could get a motion for first reading and a motion for second reading for the traffic bylaw.
Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Stewart, and on the question, Councillor Lowe, please.
I'm not sure if this is the right place to put this, but the traffic lights on Charlotte Street and King Street, I feel should be flashing. Like, if you're coming past where the old Paramount was, and you got a red light straight ahead, you're back in traffic straight up, you can't get out of where the King Street South or North is. And I mean, the only thing I don't understand is how you can solve the pedestrian, right? But when that light's red, I've sat there and not a single car has come up King Street and made the turn. And the cars coming up King Street, 75% of them don't even hit the lane closest to the square. So therefore, if that flashed, if the Charlotte Street light would flash, the traffic could continue all the time. Or red flashing light, stop and go. But to have that light red and stop as long as you have to, then the green light goes right to go down King Street. I mean, I've sat and done it here for the last 3 or 4 days. And I mean, I don't know, I'm not a light guy, and Timmy, you probably are, but I really think that we should make some changes to the lights the whole time that lane is closed, which I think is great. It's just back in traffic straight up Charlotte Street towards past the market and going back into where you're putting the meters on the side.
Director O'Reilly?
Sure. So you're definitely right about part of the description there. A big reason for those lights is the pedestrian movements to safely get across over to the square. So that's very important. We have made a bit of adjustment to the lane designations as the project first started. So we want to see how that adjusts first. But absolutely, we'll keep an eye on how the traffic's flowing. And if we have to make more adjustments to the lights to make traffic flow smoothly, we will do that. But absolutely, it's largely in part to make sure pedestrians can get across the street safely there.
I mean, there's 2 ways to get off King Square. You get lights back in Nova Scotia to the market, and you got the one by the Beatty, which is not lights, it's just you walk across. But if you go watch that in a busy time, Charlotte Street's backed up and you can't come out of where the old Paramount used to be. It's backed up, you can't do it. And even on like night times or Sundays and that there, like the Superstore in Rossi Avenue, you have the lights flashing on the weekend, right? Which is, to me, a smart way of doing it. But I'd just like you to watch it anyway, it's great.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hickey?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to the Commissioner. Mike, any of those 13 spaces on King Street, they're all metered, aren't they? They're not monthly pass parking spots. I don't think that'll be lost.
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. Those 13 spaces were metered.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, I have a quick question for the Commissioner, if you don't mind. What happens if the project is past 2.5 years?
Through you, Your Worship, this temporary lane closure is anticipated to last for the duration of the construction of that project. If the timelines change significantly, we can come back for an adjustment. I would note that there is kind of a secondary benefit to this temporary closure in that both our central neighborhood plan and our Move SJ cycling strategy do envision a different use of that section of Charlotte Street that could impact the use of those lanes and the availability of on-street parking. So to some extent, what we're trialing here as well is going to give us some good data to feed into that decision, which will come in front of council in a few years' time.
Thank you. The other thing I will mention is that I think parking collects about $16 a day times probably 20 days a month times 12 months a year. So it's probably about $3,800 per vehicle. So it's nice support of the city for the project as well. Just thought that should be noted. Thank you. More questions then? I'll call the vote. All in favor? Contrary? Motion carried. Okay, your worship. Okay. Common Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship, so that was for first reading. So this is a bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the City of St. John bylaw number MV 10.1 and amendments thereto.
Okay, so I will need a motion for second reading. Counselor Sullivan, Counselor McKenzie, all those in favor? Contrary minded, motion carried.
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the City of St. John bylaw number MV 10.1 and amendments thereto.
Thank you. All right, next item.
And
sorry.
we have a second bylaw as well for parking.
Oh, right.
That's affiliated
Sorry.
with this file, and it would require first and second reading.
So I'll need a motion for Counselor McKenzie for first reading, Counselor Sullivan, second reading for the parking expansion bylaw. All those in favor? Contrary minded?
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the regulations of parking in the City of St. John bylaw number LG 8 and amendments thereto.
Can I get a motion for second reading, please? Counselor Norton, Counselor Killen? All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried.
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the regulation of parking in the City of St. John bylaw number LG 8 and amendments thereto.
All right, next item, please.
Your Worship, next item is a public presentation for 15 Broadway Avenue, and Commissioner Hamilton will provide an introduction to this.
Over to you, Commissioner Hamilton, please.
Your Worship, members of council, before you this evening is a procedural matter with respect to a municipal plan amendment application. This involves a public presentation for a municipal plan amendment for properties located at 15 Broadway Avenue in East St. John, and you can see the location of the properties on screen. This is a procedural requirement under the Community Planning Act that commences a 30-day period during which the public can make written submissions on the proposal. And following that 30-day period, council can decide to refer the application on through the remainder of the planning application process. And with that as the introduction, I will read the public presentation notice into the record. So public notice is hereby given that the Common Council of the City of St. John intends to consider an amendment to the municipal development plan that would redesignate on Schedule A of the municipal development plan land having an approximate area of 0.29 hectares located at 15 Broadway Avenue, also identified as PID 002-99248, PID 003-00814, and an undeveloped portion of a public street from stable area to employment area. And redesignate on Schedule B of the municipal development plan land having an approximate area of 0.29 hectares located at 15 Broadway Avenue, also identified as PID 002-99248, PID 003-00814, and an undeveloped portion of a public street from stable residential to commercial corridor. The reason for the change is to recognize the commercial use of on the existing site, and written objections on the proposed amendment may be made to the council by July 28th, 2021, and inquiries can be made at the Office of the Common Clerk or Growth and Community Services at City Hall, 15 Market Square, between the hours of 8:30 and 4:30 p.m. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, for reading that into the record. Next item, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, next item on the agenda is under Business Matters, and it's 12.1 on your agenda. It's a staff report, City of St. John response to the green paper.
I'll pass it over to the City Manager.
Your Worship, members of council, good evening. By this time, everyone is aware that the province has undertaken a municipal reform initiative that began many months ago through various consultations and ended up producing a green paper. A green paper is a prelude to a potential white paper that actually lays down policy direction. With the green paper having been issued, and it is included in your kit, I do not intend to review it this evening, save to say that we were involved in some of the consultations that led up to the green paper, but it is a provincial document that has been produced, not a city document. Since the production of the green paper, the province has been into its consultation and stakeholder engagement phase. They have held a number of different sessions with various public groups and other stakeholders, and they have asked for specific input from associations and municipalities. To that end, the Cities of New Brunswick Association, of which we are part, often referred to as the 8 Cities Association, did produce a reply on behalf of all 8 cities. And that reply is included within your council pack this evening. It lays out the commonly held view of the cities of New Brunswick. In addition to that, I am aware of 4 cities that have decided to submit their own specific responses with a view to reinforcing the document that was produced by the 8 Cities Association. That is to say, Fredericton, Moncton, Dieppe, and ourselves have all elected to submit follow-on responses. For our response, which was shown to Committee of the Whole some 2 weeks ago and has now had some minor adjustments based on the input received there and since, our documentation remains quite consistent with the City of St. John views. We first of all speak about 4 fundamental issues. First of all, we need a tax system where those who are provided a service, regardless of where they reside, pay for the service and the associated infrastructure. We need a property tax system that sees fair taxation from commercial and residential properties and sees the majority of the revenue retained by the municipalities from which it is generated. We believe in regional collaboration and the necessity for regional cost sharing. And we also believe that the municipal reform should de-incentivize sprawl and focus in on the development of urban areas. With that, the key messages that follow within our response are again very consistent with what this council has suggested for the past several years. That is to say that we need a comprehensive property tax review and a new system put in place, and that must be in place no later than for the 2023 budgetary year. Secondly, that we need to address regional cost sharing and the additional costs that cities bear because people from outside city limits use the services of the cities. And then thirdly, once those 2 issues have been addressed, then the field becomes very open for discussing opportunities for regional collaboration and efficiencies in that regard. We also felt it necessary to address what seems to be a popular point of view within the province, that regional services commissions can take on the provision of services within municipalities. We believe this is problematic at this time. It is a premature conclusion since the government has yet to resolve what municipal governance will look like. And it's only once municipal governance has been resolved that a discussion as to the role of the RSCs should occur. In the end, the paper suggests that the entity best suited to provide a regional service should do so, and not necessarily the RSC. That is a summary of what is in the final draft of the paper. The final draft of the paper is before this council this evening for your approval. If you grant approval, it will be released to the province tomorrow morning. They have asked that all submissions be submitted prior to the end of this month. With that, Your Worship, happy to take any questions that there may be.
Okay, any questions, comments? I'll need a motion for approval. Councillor Harris and Councillor Hickey. I will say briefly, in a nutshell, we've talked about this. You've heard it over the last several months. We're looking for recognition as the economic drivers as well that we provide for the province. And we also want to know what the impact of change will be for the cities. So if we have no questions or comments, I will call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Norton.
I think it's a good opportunity to say thanks to staff and the previous councils that a lot of what happens in councils, you get the privilege of doing a ribbon cutting, which is the joy of all the hard work that came on the backs of previous councils and previous staff members. So whether it's safe, clean drinking water or whether it's something like this, thank you to the senior leadership team, right from the city manager's office all the way through. There's lots of moving pieces. We're one small spoke in a big wheel for this one for our response, and it's well articulated. If there's an opportunity, people are busy out there. If they have a chance to check it out. But it's a good comprehensive response. We just have this council gets to kick it, but all the work happened before this point, ends up on the agenda. But thank you. Beyond that, it's all I have is just a sincere thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. I would echo that as well. It's been talked about for a while, and we've put a lot of work into it. It's been our number one ask and our number one job. And I guess the cyber attack and COVID did try to compete with it, but we've still got it done. All right, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, Common Clerk.
So next item, Your Worship, we have under our general correspondence section, section 15, a number of letters. The first one's 15.1, a letter from D. Smith, request a stop sign on corner of Churchill Boulevard and Balfour Street. Recommendation is to refer this to City Manager.
Okay, I'm looking for a mover on the recommendation. Councillor Hickey, Councillor McKenzie. Any questions? All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Next item, please.
Next item is 15.2. It's a letter from D. Emerson with respect to UNB Integrated Health Initiative. It's a request to present to council, and the recommendation is refer to the clerk to schedule at a future council meeting.
Councillor Hickey and Councillor McKenzie again. We'll move that on the question. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried.
Next item is 15.3. And maybe for the new council members, I'll just give a little background. Any ticket purchase requests all come to council for approval. So this is one of those such requests. So this is from L'Arche St. John. It's a ticket purchase request. And our recommendation is refer to clerk to purchase tickets for interested council members.
And second, anybody have a question? Okay, Councillor McKenzie. On the question. Councillor Norton, you have a question? Please, thank you.
This can sometimes be a sticking point years down the road as it relates to ticket purchase requests, who participates, who doesn't. I've often suggested that council salary should be used to support this. Requests like this. I don't know, City Manager, what else we can do to download or give some clarity as it relates to the process for ticket purchase requests, best practices that might exist in other municipalities, other than just arbitrarily having, what will happen is you can see agendas with multiple requests for ticket purchases. And although it's, in the grand scheme of things, the cost may be small in comparison to other things. Nonetheless, it's still a cost that can perhaps be better used for other services and delivering other things. So I don't know what else can be done, City Manager. I guess I'm kind of putting you on the spot. I just like this one tightened up. I don't think we have a process or a policy around it, but for me, I think it would be good governance as it relates to this item. It's tax dollars that we're spending, and all these people do good work, and we're supporting these bodies. I just want some clarity as to how we we spend those dollars and the events that we attend. That's all. I just want some accountability for how those dollars are spent.
Your worship, through you to the councillor, right now the process we use is, first of all, there is a very modest budget put aside every year for these sorts of events. That budget is tracked by the city clerk's office, and certainly if we are ever at risk of running out of money, then that will be a key determinant in our recommendations for any follow-on requests. So we do monitor it closely. If we provide a recommendation to refer to clerk for purchasing of tickets, it's because we have taken a look at it and we believe that it conforms with the general idea of representational duties for council to the organization. A show of support, championing their cause to a degree, things along that lines. We do not use this fund of money to augment community grants. Those who seek a community grant must seek that through the community grant process. We really have not put any more rigor on it than that, but clearly, and we have on occasion, not provided favorable recommendations to council because the group is either has a very strong agenda one way or the other, or we believe that it is not representational duties, it is more just a good go, for the lack of a better way of describing it. So there is a judgment call put on it right now, Councillor. We don't have set criteria. You are correct on that. And I suppose we could take a look at that in the future. But the general idea is we monitor it throughout the year to make sure that the fund is not all spent in the first couple months. And therefore, those who come later in the year do not have the ability to have representation. Thank you.
Maybe even something such as a directory of those eligible organizations that we would consider, and part of the criteria would be they would have to be a registered nonprofit charitable organization. For instance, if there's anything that we can do through the Common Clerk's office as it relates to that, I appreciate the commentary. I think you've described it well. But that way we don't get those organizations that may have a perceived agenda or may be in conflict with the wider public interest that we're trying to represent. So some of that criteria, such as they have to have a registered charitable number, for instance, just by way of example. So thank you for the consideration. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to it, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you, Your Worship. We're kind of aside from L'Arche itself, but perhaps the soon-to-be-formed Finance Committee could take a look at possibly putting some policy and rigor around it. I would suggest that. As far as L'Arche, a fantastic community organization. I think until we tighten things up with different policies, we follow what we've done, and I agree that the clerk contact council for interest to buy tickets. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we have the motion on the floor. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Next item.
Your worship, I just wanted to clarify on that item, there actually is a pre-approved council ticket purchasing policy.
Oh, okay.
So we do have one with guidelines, which
All right.
I'll share with council as a reminder. So
Thank you.
next item is 15.4, and this is another general correspondence letter with respect to Crane Mountain Enhancement. And the recommendation is to refer this letter to the city manager.
Okay, so I'm looking for a Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Radwan. This is a request for a zoning change, so that's why we're referring to the city manager. Any questions? All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried.
Next letter is 15.5 on your agenda, and this is from M. Brown, and it's with respect to lack of DC charging stations in St. John. Recommendation is to receive for information.
Councillor Sullivan, did you have a question or comment?
St. John Energy installs those in the city. Could we refer this on to St. John Energy?
Sounds good. You're making the motion. Councillor Radwan as well. City manager, good. All right. Any other questions, comments? All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried, going off to St. John Energy. Okay.
Your worship, that was the final item under the correspondence, and now we still have a few items that came from Committee of the Whole closed session. The first one being 17.1, and that was a recommendation from Committee of the Whole with respect to special advisor to mayor.
City Manager, over to you.
Your worship, members of council, just by way of a very quick summary, the mayor's office does require support in order to do what is necessary as the mayor of this city. And the mayors have always hired an individual that serves as their special advisor, not necessarily called that in years past. It's sometimes been called executive assistant or some other form. But in essence, it is the person that is in the mayor's office to assist with those duties. The mayor has been considering options. It is a mayor's selection that goes into that position. She has determined the candidate, and the contract is before you this evening for your support, since all contracts must be supported by council. Thank you.
So I'll need a motion. Councillor Hickey, Councillor McKenzie. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried.
Next item is 17.2 from Committee of the Whole, and this is a recommendation with respect to transit management services agreement.
Pass it over to you as well, City Manager, please.
Your worship, members of council, by way of summary, and there is a short staff report available to the general public on this issue, but in consultation with the Transit Commission, we have developed a new proposal for a business model that should enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of our transit system and ultimately and eventually lead to an increase in service hours and or reduction in costs. The notion is quite simple, that the City of St. John City Hall assume responsibility for the daily operations of the transit system. By doing so, the entire staff of City Hall, from communications to legal to HR to finance to IT, etc., can all work in unison and together to help deliver the best possible transit service for this city. The legislation that has created the Transit Commission and was recently amended allows the Transit Commission to contract out its operations to any third party, and the Transit Commission is now in full support of contracting out their daily operations or their operations to the City of St. John. The Transit Commission will remain in place as the strategic oversight body, as the body that will approve all policy decisions, will approve all budget considerations, and will also be responsible for unionized labor relations. Therefore, the Transit Commission still retains its function as the board, if you will, for the delivery of transit services, but the delivery itself will be assumed by the city if this council is supportive of the management service agreement that is before you this evening. The management service agreement was developed with the assistance of external legal counsel to make sure we got it right, has been briefed several times to the Transit Commission, and at the Transit Commission's last meeting of 24 June, they approved by resolution the management service agreement from their end. The city would be the second party required to sign this agreement, and therefore it is before you this evening for your review, and we are recommending that you support the managerial service agreement and authorize the mayor to sign it on your behalf. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to take a moment just in my brief tenure on the commission. I know I mentioned this in closed, but I just wanted to commend staff for the huge amount of effort that went into this one. Certainly the commission led by Nick Cameron, the staff at Transit led by Mark Dion, and of course, city manager and our general counsel in her office put a huge amount of work into this MSA. Incredible due diligence put into it as well. I just wanted to commend them for that. I think it's a great step forward with transit. I think it's a great step for citizens as well in efficiency of service delivery as well. So thank you to all of them.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Building on that, I think it's important to acknowledge that a lot of citizens have been asking us, councillors. I know I've talked to many of you councillors around this table who have heard requests, have heard the pain points of our neighbors who are trying to get to and from work and are having difficulty with that. But all this to say, this new move, we believe as council, is going to allow us to focus energy on increasing that service. This is how we get there. This is how we action those ideas in the Stantec report so that the Stantec report doesn't just sit on a shelf. So a lot of people are asking. There's probably people tonight who have seen this in the agenda. And for those of you who are watching at home or tracking along with it, know that we're hearing you, know that we're working on it. And this is going to give, as you pointed out, City Manager, earlier, this is going to give us the horsepower to take these ideas a step further. So stay tuned. We're working on it, and thank you for your patience as we try to increase transit service in St. John. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ogden.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate that too, as we have a lot of people in this city who are living below income levels, working poor and such, who really depend on our bus service. And often we get compared to Fredericton and Moncton. We are apples and oranges with the level of poverty we have in the city. And so that transit system is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will add briefly as well that I have been on the Transit Commission for the last 9 years. It's because it's been a commission and it gets its money from the city, it gets a finite number of dollars every year. So it's difficult to do the long-term planning. They were running with about 60% from the city, and they were actually making at the fare box the other 40%. COVID, of course, skewed those numbers, but that's has been the formula. That formula, though, has not allowed the Transit Commission or the entity really to develop, so there is no tracking system. There's no a way to collect data. So we don't know who's using the system. We don't know where they're using the system. We don't know when they get off. We don't know when they get on. We don't know where they get on and where they get off. So we don't have any information. The Stantec report revealed that it really is running on a bare bones operation. So we felt that moving it into the city would give it, as Councillor Harris said, some of the horsepower it requires to go forward. So there'll be some capital invested to get that data. There will be other services, legal services that we contract out for now and pay for that'll be available, IT services, et cetera. Everything that we would need for services on transit, we would have to pay for. So, and seek those on our own. So this will help us with that. So I think that it will be a better system at the end of the day. And I'm actually looking forward to having staff tear that Stantec report apart and then rebuild that system. So thank you. So I will be looking for a motion for that. Councillor McKenzie and Councillor Hickey. All right, all of us in favor? Contrary minded? Thank you.
And the final item from Committee of the Whole, Your Worship, 17.3, this is with respect to appointments to committees for council members.
Okay, so everyone that has received their appointments in their kits. So if I can get a motion to accept that from nominating committee, Councillor Norton, Councillor Hickey. Any questions? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Councillor Radwan, sorry.
Just a quick comment. So we've gone ahead, I'm part of the nominating committee, and we've gone ahead and selected the councillors that are going to be sitting on the nominating committee. Just a comment for the public. There is going to be some advertisement put out that we are going to need the people of the public to put their names forth for some of these boards and commissions. So please stay tuned for that, and we'd like to see some resumes come forth.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Common Clerk?
So we've completed all items with the exception of the public hearing. So you could call for a recess, Your Worship, if you wanted, for 5 minutes.
We'll call for a recess for 5 minutes. Do I need a motion for that? Motion for a recess. Councillor Norton and Councillor Radwan. All in favor? All right. Motion carried. All right, oops. All right, welcome back, everyone. Are we waiting for Councillor Lowe? Oh, there he is. What's that beeping?
Yes, hello. Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen who happen to be online as the city manager, we're about to commence the public hearing, and we recognize that members of the public are online in a virtual forum this evening. We would kindly ask that you ensure that you are on mute until you are called upon to speak, because otherwise we hear quite a bit of feedback and various comments here within council chambers. So again, if you happen to be online at this point in time, we would kindly ask that you ensure that you are on mute until called upon to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager. I will just like to, just like to remind everyone that there is a bylaw at council that limits the speaking to 10 minutes. That would include questions. So I would ask people on both sides of that, both speaking for and in opposition, to be mindful of that as we go forward. I'm going to get Commissioner Hamilton to kick us off with this, please.
Your Worship, members of council, before you this evening is an application for a rezoning to permit the development of the Lancaster Logistics Park, which is an intermodal facility and autoport located on lands owned by JDI Limited on Dever Road. The application has been reviewed by both staff and your Planning Advisory Committee, and included in your package are reports recommending approval of the application with planning conditions that are intended to mitigate the impact of the development and also address public benefits proposed by the developer. Given the significant public feedback that was received on this application, the Planning Advisory Committee is recommending additional conditions to respond to the feedback that was received from the public. And I would add that staff have also addressed the points raised by the Planning Advisory Committee and are recommending additional conditions for council's approval, and these in effect would give effect to the views expressed by the committee in their unanimous approval of the applications, but with some changes to address operational considerations. And with that as an introduction, I will now turn things over to Mr. Mark Reed, a senior planner with our office, to provide a staff presentation and overview of the application before you this evening.
Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Good evening, members of council and your worship. Just bear with me here and I'll bring the presentation up. So the application, there we go. The application before you this evening is a rezoning for a proposed intermodal terminal on Dever Road. The applicant, J.D. Irving, is proposing to construct a intermodal terminal and future autoport next to their existing warehouse on Dever Road. The applicant, over the longer term, this is a view here of the proposed autoport. The existing intermodal terminal will be to the rear of that. They're proposing a fairly large sound wall where they will basically offload containers from rail cars onto tractor trailer chassis and then transport those containers to the end user. Over the longer term, they're proposing a large parking area that will be dependent on demand, where they will unload vehicles destined to dealerships from auto trains that would come in from central Canada and the United States. They are also proposing in the southwest portion of the site a tree berm and a park area, including a playground, just as a community benefit and to add additional buffering between the proposed rail operation and the adjacent neighborhood along Dever Road. They're proposing a fairly large sound berm with trees on top along Dever Road. This is a view here showing the an artist's concept at 5 years, and they're proposing that to be spruce trees as well. So their experience with spruce trees is there will be some additional growth that does occur. They have quite a bit of experience in forest engineering and tree growth. So these are trees that they would come from one of their nurseries that have various growth characteristics. The actual site itself, it's along the north side of Dever Road. There's an existing maritime paper warehouse in the eastern portion of the site, and then a fairly large rail yard and industrial area to the rear. Over the shorter term, they're proposing the intermodal terminal, and then over the longer term, the auto port. This will also include the construction of 2 railway tracks to provide for additional space for the rail cars to come in and unload. These are some views of the site. This is a view here from the existing reserved road through the site, looking towards Dever Road. Another view looking towards the west. This grassed area here was formerly used by Dexter Construction many years ago. As some council members may recall, there were a series of houses out along the front that were originally constructed by Dexter, probably back in the 1930s to 1950s. This is a view looking towards the existing warehouse in the eastern portion of the site. There's some existing containers and tractor trailers there on site now associated with that warehouse operation. This is a view along Dever Road looking towards the west. It's primarily a collector street that serves both truck traffic and vehicular traffic, acting as a link between Galt Road and Main Street West. The municipal plan designation for the site is light industrial. It's adjacent to a long-standing rail yard and industrial area that has operated for quite some time. The applicant has conducted a traffic impact study that demonstrated that the additional truck traffic can be accommodated by the study area roadway network. And one of the findings of that is that over the years, the truck traffic has actually decreased. There was quite a bit of truck traffic in the area associated in the past with the J.D. Irving Mill on the west side. A lot of that truck traffic was associated with chips coming to the mill, and there's been a focus on shipping that instead via rail, which has actually reduced truck volumes in that area of the west side. The applicant is also proposing a tree berm and sound wall to mitigate noise and visual impacts, and the transportation policies of the municipal plan are supportive of increased movement of goods by rail. In terms of zoning, the site currently is zoned light industrial. The applicant is proposing to rezone approximately 13 hectares of the site to transportation to allow for the proposed transportation terminal and intermodal facility. We're also proposing a Section 59 amendment. Back in the 1980s, there were a series of conditions imposed in association with a rezoning application from Dexter Construction related to their construction operation. Those are no longer relevant, so what staff are proposing is that those conditions be eliminated and then conditions imposed that are more consistent with the applicant's proposal. In terms of project impacts, one of the major ones that we've heard from the public is noise. The applicant has engaged Dillon Consulting, and they will have a representative here this evening on the line to complete a noise impact study. And to mitigate noise from the proposed development, they're proposing both a sound wall internal to the site, which will mitigate the noise associated with the unloading and loading of containers and the various heavy equipment that does that work. And what they've selected is they've selected a 50 decibel target for the off-site receptors, and that's similar to various other industrial operations in the city, such as the Irving Oil refinery in St. John. So the applicant has provided a study that shows that the proposed sound wall will mitigate noise to that level. They're also proposing the berm, which will mitigate the visual impact along Dever Road. They've completed a traffic study, and one of the primary finding of that was that the driveway geometry at the existing warehouse driveway has to be changed to basically allow some easier movement and less impact on Dever Road with respect to the tractor trailers. So we're proposing a condition with respect to that. They've also provided a lighting review looking at how the lighting of the proposed facility will spill out onto the site, and staff are generally satisfied with that, with the exception of one corner in the northwestern portion of the site where they need a bit more revision. There's also municipal infrastructure that passes through the site. There's a fairly large water main and combined sewer. So staff are recommending some conditions with respect to the preparation of an agreement and design of crossings for that, and separation of that combined sewer passing through the site. This project has generated quite a bit of engagement from both the proponent and the city. In terms of an application of this nature, the city sends notification via letter to landowners within 100 meters of the subject site. That informs them of both the PAC meeting and the public hearing. That was sent out on June the 3rd. Also, we post a public notice of tonight's public hearing on the website. That was also posted June the 3rd. We received 9 letters from the public prior to the PAC meeting, and we had 9 area residents show up at the meeting concerned with respect to noise and overall conformity with the municipal plan. As this is a larger project, the proponent undertook a fairly extensive engagement program. They had a public open house in May at St. Mark's Church. They also had various media releases regarding the project, neighborhood mail out, and had a website developed for the project as well. Staff's recommendation is contained in the PAC report, was to rezone the site, rescind the existing Section 39 conditions, and then impose a series of Section 59 conditions on the rezoning relating to things such as the construction of the noise barrier in the berm, the illumination, the various infrastructure crossings and agreement, site access, and then with respect to the park that the applicant is proposing in the southwest corner of the site, we're recommending an agreement between the city and the applicant in conjunction with Section 131 of the Community Planning Act that would cover the design, construction, and maintenance of that park. There were also some variances which PAC have approved, subject to council's approval of the rezoning. PAC at their meeting earlier this month adopted an amended staff recommendation. Those amendments related to the timing of construction of the noise barrier and the berm. PAC's approach was that those be completed as the first step, that is prior to any construction occurring on site. Since that meeting, staff have had some back and forth with the applicant, and they are in agreement with building the berm prior to any construction, the treed berm out along Dever Road. However, the noise barrier, there is some work that they have to do in conjunction with the intermodal terminal. So the noise barrier would not be constructed first, but it would be constructed in conjunction with that work prior to the intermodal terminal becoming operational. There was a concern from some area residents with respect to the proposed park and the proximity of the playground to some of the existing houses. So staff amended that condition with respect to some additional review by the proponent of the layout of that park and any opportunities for additional tree retention. And a noise monitoring program was another matter that was brought up by PAC. Staff have had some back and forth with the applicant, and as mentioned here tonight, there is a supplemental staff report that puts forth a noise monitoring program, and that program would see monitoring conducted prior to the intermodal facility being operational. There would also be another noise monitoring session prior to the auto terminal becoming operational, and then as the site operates, if there's any changes that the applicant makes to the site, we would do additional noise, or the proponent would do additional noise monitoring reviewed by the city, and that would include basically a pre and post development noise monitoring setup. And our target there is that the post development noise, there's a threshold of 2 decibels. So basically the applicant will have to have the increase in noise be no greater than 2 decibels. If it is, then there would have to be an attenuation or mitigation measure constructed at the applicant's expense. Again, here's the proposal here. It's showing the large auto port area, in the more central portion of the site, the rail tracks, and then the parking area for the tractor trailers adjacent to the existing warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. So Mr. Reid has given us a synopsis of what is in the kit. And now there will be an opportunity to ask questions of staff, but after we declare the public hearing closed. So now we will hear from those who are opposed. I have a list of presenters, and I'll just call them out in whatever. I have a Paul O'Neill. So, Mr. O'Neill, if you are available. I can move on to Mary Anderson, if Mary Anderson is available to speak in opposition to the proposal. Try another one. I also have a David Ryan listed to speak, and I have a Dave Drinnan listed to speak as well.
Dave Ryan's here. Can you hear me?
Dave Ryan, I can hear you.
All right, I'm here.
We'll give you oh, there you are. We'll give you the floor.
Actually, thank you. And is it Richard Evans, I believe, has a presentation that I sent that I want to go through?
All right, yes.
You're going to be...
Hang on for a second, then he is just teeing that up, I believe, now.
Is he ready? Okay, good. And at the same time, I just got something coming on my printer, so I apologize. My name is Dave Ryan. I live at, this printing won't take too long. I live at 712 Dominion Park Road, which is actually on the opposite side of where everybody seems to be concerned about this park. I will state that I did attend the open house that JDI had. I did not attend the PAC meeting because I couldn't find out when it was actually taking place prior, and I was scheduled for a work meeting. And I guess before I begin, I do want to say that I'm certainly not opposed to JDI as a company. I think they're a great corporate citizen. I thank them for the things like the Irving Nature Park and everything they do. I just feel that this proposal really needs some more thought, and my concerns really are more around safety than they are with sound. With the sound on our side of the where the trains are, at least 4 nights a week at 3 o'clock in the morning, there is a train that departs and it blows its whistle and it blows it loudly. And I'm normally up at 4 in the morning, but 3 o'clock in the morning is just a little too early for me. My next slide will kind of address that quick and we'll get that out of the way. But my concerns again relate to the roadway. The roads leading in and out of this area were built prior to the City of St. John even owning this portion of they were built when they were Lancaster. The only new road that has actually been built is a road that comes up onto Dever from the Lou Murphy overpass. And that road itself is even too small for these trucks today to make the corner without impeding traffic. I noticed, and I've gone through this a few times, the proposal, and I just heard whoever it was that presented saying that the proponent did the traffic study and saying that there's 40 new trucks per day, which is going to be, this will bring on 40 new trucks per day, 80 in and out. And it mentions that it's currently we're at 35% the 2004 level, but I am not sure what the 2004 level is, and I don't understand why they haven't said what the actual truck traffic today is. So why they would not put that information out. There's another component to this, which is the increase in non-truck traffic. There's employees, there's service people that are coming in and out, and there is really only one entrance and exit in, and then that is utilized and it's signaged. And we're going to walk through this very quickly here shortly. Another part of this, it says the B trains would only be able to use with permission of the city, and I do wonder who in the city would be giving that permission and what that process would be. And more so, in regards to the trucks, the traffic in the area, there is 2 schools, St. Rose Barnhill, there is a seniors residence, there is a doctor's office, there's the rinks, the parks, the tennis courts. This is an area that's just, it's a haven for children, and I'm concerned that something bad's going to occur. So if I could have the next slide, please. Please. Anyhow, I'll keep talking while we're trying to get to the next slide. So with regards to the sound, the 3 o'clock in the morning whistle blowing, actually it was 2:30 a couple nights ago. Bayside Drive has had, they had an issue with the trains blowing the whistles at night. I would really recommend that the city impose some type of condition that JDI has to go to the Department of Transportation or whoever it is that looks after the blowing of the train whistles and says, we are going to get an exemption similar to Bayside Drive so that the trains don't have to blow that whistle to leave the yard. These are trains that are actually just starting up. At the open house, I addressed that with the person responsible. He said it's just, they have to do it. And I said, well, why don't they have to do it anymore in Bayside Drive? So I don't believe it's unreasonable. I think it's something that could be done. There we are. Okay, so now we're ready for the next slide. And thank you, Richard, for doing this. I appreciate it. So the next part of my portion is just basically a pictorial walkthrough of the area. This is the entrance. This is Greenhead and Milford Road. And you can see the signage is there directing people into NB Southern Railroad and JDI equipment. Next slide, please. We're going to go through these pretty quick, so I don't plan to be in here any more than 10 minutes. Again, this is coming down Church Avenue up onto the turn down onto Greenhead Road. Again, large signage, JDI equipment, NB Southern Railroad. They both point to the right to come down. Okay, going a little quicker now. So that's good. Go to the next slide. So this is actually, I'm not sure what time this picture was taken, but this is a picture I just snapped off of Street View from Google. This is Main Street West. And again, Main Street West hasn't been widened. It hasn't been upgraded to current vehicle size in my lifetime. The roadway is just not built for it. So prior to 1964, the size of transport trucks was mandated to be 36 feet. Today, it's 53 feet. And this roadway is not designed for these type of turns that the vehicles have to make. The next 2 slides we can go through pretty quick, Richard. What it is just, oh, sorry, this is the corner, right? Yeah, so let's go to this one. That's fine. That's just the corner coming onto Church Avenue. And you can see there's 2 crosswalks there that have to, that the kids going to school actually cross. Next slide, please. Again, I emphasize this. This is just for emphasis of this is the size of trailers today. Majority of them are 53 feet. You'll see some pictures actually coming in and out of the area, the 53-foot ones, and then the B trains, which if there wasn't going to be a plan for B trains, it wouldn't even have been mentioned in the proposal that there'd have to be permission from the city. So somewhere along the line, the B trains are in the process, I do believe. Next slide, please. And here we have this. The Sudbury is JDI. These are most of the trucks that are coming in and out are the Sudbury trucks. Next slide, please. This is just a picture. I was following behind one of the trucks that's coming up from Greenhead Road, turning onto Dever, taking a left. You can see that the corner's not designed for a truck of this size. This was about 4 days ago. This picture was taken. I don't know, probably about a week ago. Next slide, please. So now we're just going to drive down to the area. So this is Church Avenue. What we're looking at is a crosswalk. This is the only crosswalk that is not on Manawangas Road that actually is guarded for the children during the school year. It crosses from AJ's across to, I'm not even sure the name of the little street across. But what happens with this, when you have the transport trucks coming in or going out, it obstructs the view of the crosswalk. And this area coming down in the mornings, there's some people who are in a hurry and coming home. So we have children crossing here, and these transport trucks are going to be crossing in this area. Next slide, please. This is the turn onto Greenhead Road, the Lou Murphy overpass from Dever Road. There is a stop line that's there for the buses and the trucks, I assume, to try and get people to stop back a bit so that these vehicles, the trucks and the buses, can actually make the corner. But as you can see, simply here, it doesn't really work all the time. So we have a lineup of traffic there right now, and they've all moved beyond that stop line. Also note on the left-hand side, you can see the seniors residence, and straight ahead, looking down that road is another crosswalk. It's unguarded, but it is utilized by the children who are coming up from Milford and Randolph, going to St. Rose and Barnhill in the mornings. Next slide, please. So this is looking down Dever Road to the entrance of the warehouse currently. Again, left-hand side, we've got the Peter Murray Arena, we've got the tennis courts and the ball fields. And this is a nice sunny day. In the winter time, this area is snowdrift. The winds come across there and the snowdrifts build up. There's been times the city's had to come in with payloaders to try and clear this out. This is a major safety concern. There's still going to be kids. The sidewalks down here, one side might be plowed. I'm not completely sure, but you don't have plowing on two sides. So the children that are coming to and from the school, to the rinks, will be forced to cross this road. And if it's slippery and a transport truck is coming down that hill to try and make it into this intersection, there could be a very serious incident that could occur. Next slide, please. Now this is looking up from the entrance into the warehouse, and I took this picture specifically, or I like this picture specifically, because you can see on the right-hand side there's a sign that says Blind Hill, and that's exactly what it is. You're coming up onto the top of that to take the left onto Greenhead Road, and you have almost at the very top, there's a space in between, there's a crosswalk there. Again, that crosswalk is used for the children, it's used for the seniors, and people coming down and going up in the wintertime. This is a dangerous situation, and again, we're talking about an increase of traffic in this area. Next slide, please.
Mr. Ryan, we have a 10-minute limit in our bylaws. I don't know if you can see, I can see you, I guess. So can I ask you to wrap up your presentation, please?
Okay, go to the last slide, please. I was kind of, because we were kind of waiting for this thing to get started up. So the basic gist of it is the trucks can't make the corner. If Richard could actually, I wanted this presentation in the council package. It didn't make it there. There's pictures there that completely show that the trucks cannot make the corner. There's pictures of trucks coming up with school buses behind it. They impede the traffic. Traffic has to stop for these trucks on all of the roads for them to make the corners. So the basic gist of my presentation is you as council are going to be here tonight to make this decision. And I ask you before you vote on this to consider some things. Do you have all the needed information to make an informed decision? There is no information about how much truck traffic is on those roads today. There's no information about the vehicle traffic, i.e. employees and service people coming in. You need to remember that once you make this decision, there's no taking it back. If there is an incident and somebody's hurt, you've already made that decision. There's no take back on it. The reliance on residential versus industrial, you all know that. The wear and tear on the roads, the safety. One of the things I did want to show is just a month ago at 5:45 in the morning, one of the employees coming out of that area ran the stop street at Milford and Greenhead. I was on my scooter, I had to ditch it, and I'm still suffering from the pains of that. I have a broken thumb, I had bruised ribs, and that was at 5:45 in the morning, and that employee said to me, "I am so sorry, I just got off a 12-hour shift and I didn't see the stop sign." This is a dangerous area, and what we're talking about is increasing traffic, and I really don't think enough information is provided to council for you to make that decision. I think you need to get staff to go back and sit down with the JDI people and say, what can we do? There is a roadway that JDI installed years ago that can be adjusted for them to have all the trucks off of Church Avenue and Dever Road. They would just have to enter and exit at Sims Corner. The option is there. It's just up to JDI to be forced to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Your presentation, actually, it was in our kit. I was wondering what those wounds were that were listed in there. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I have on my list, I have a couple of other people listed. I have Paul O'Neill listed to speak against the project. I have Mary Anderson. I have Dave Drinnan, if there's anyone there, or if there's anyone else on the call that would like to speak against this project, in opposition of this project.
Mrs. Drinnan, I'm available.
Okay, the floor is yours. We have, I don't know if you'd heard that earlier, we've got a bylaw for 10 minutes, so including questions. So if you want to get started there, we'll pass it right over to you. Thanks, Dave.
Great. Thank you. I'm assuming everyone can hear me, yes? Okay, good. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this application tonight. My name is Dave Drennan. I live at 111 Connor Street, about 300 meters east of both the property and the attached NB Southern Rail Yard. But my proximity is not actually why I'm speaking to you here tonight. The rail yard does affect me. It has almost every night for most of the last 20 years. But I'm actually worried about bigger issues this evening. I've served for 2 years on the Plan SG Advisory Committee and another 2 on PAC. And I spent the greater part of the last decade serving on the board of directors of St. John's most effective economic development agency, Discover St. John, where we invested hugely in changing St. John's reputation to make it more attractive both to tourists and residents. That perspective is why I'm now so concerned about this application. Now, when I presented to PAC 2 weeks ago, I focused very much on Plan SJ, affordable housing, quality of life. Tonight, I want to talk about good economic development, our city's reputation, and our collective vision for the future of St. John. I'll start by asking you to consider the interests of those who have been speaking out in favor of this application. For example, the Port Authority. Its mandate is, actually by an act of Parliament, to be competitive, efficient, and commercially oriented. That's its mission. Envision's mandate is a regional approach to economic development, not population growth, not quality of life within the city itself. Neither of these organizations is designed to prioritize the interests of the people you represent, the people I once represented, the citizens of St. John proper. And this, unfortunately, sometimes leads to positions being taken that may benefit the wider region, but place the burdens solely on the city and its residents. On the other hand, consider the people speaking out against this application. These few residents don't, in my opinion, reveal the full impact of this development. For one thing is letters to homes within 100 meters of property. That's not very far. I live 300 meters away, and I can tell you I'm impacted almost every night. The fact is, increased noise, traffic, and pollution will affect most of Greendale. It's going to affect families where I live to the east of the area. It's going to affect the affordable multi-generational homes of Greenhead and Milford to the north, and the desirable Manchester area and the neighborhoods to the west with the Poland side. All these areas are affected, not just people within 100 meters. Even for those people who do get notified, there's a fatalism from decades of industry trumping everything else in the city. People just don't think it's worth bothering to speak up. Even I feel like that sometimes. I nearly didn't bother to join you tonight because I know it's almost certain that this development will proceed as is. And I know a lot of other people feel the same way, and I'm guessing you know people like that as well. But regardless, I'm not actually asking you to care about individual property owners tonight, not even about me. I am asking you to care about the impact this has on quality of life, health, and property values, and thus taxes, in one of St. John's most high-quality, affordable, family-friendly, and desirable neighborhoods. I'm asking you to see these few vocal people as a barometer, a warning about what this type of industrial intensification will do to our city. There's all sorts of economic development with a range of benefits and costs, and I'm all for economic development. But not every opportunity is a good one when you weigh the cost of the people that we all represent. So is this application actually that important? We've heard from staff and the applicant that this rezoning is just about a small piece of land. It's already zoned light industrial, so no big deal. But I don't believe that's actually true. I think there's 3 main concerns. New industrial activity at a previously dormant site, transportation activity, which is not light, the loss of what little margin existed between 2 completely incompatible land uses, rail transport and residential, now brought together. And worst of all, intensification of that rail activity that's already damaged these neighborhoods. All of this not because there's no other option for the proponent, but because this is the cheapest, most convenient option they have. Those are key substantive problems with the application, but there's another more profound concern. The message it sends to our citizens, present and future, about our commitment to the quality of life and their value as residents. We talk a good game in St. John about quality of life, livability, sustainability. We talked a lot 9 years ago about Plan SJ, award-winning, innovative, forward-looking, a roadmap to the better, sustainable future we all wanted. I was a big part of that and was very passionate about it. But over the last few years, that's all it's turned out to be, is talk. Developers, industrial proponents, even staff bend the spirit and language of our municipal plan to justify applications that clearly contradict it. In fact, I'm not aware of any significant cases where livability has trumped industry, even since Plan SJ. I'm afraid that's going to happen again here. Now, why is any of this more important than an opportunity for industrial growth? Because as a city, we need tax base and population growth to survive. This industrial intensification won't generate any additional tax revenue. The proponent admitted that in its open house. What it will do is gut the livability of an attractive middle-class neighborhood filled with high-quality affordable housing. This is the type of St. John neighborhood that directly competes with the Valley for residents. That's what we're putting at risk here. Fundamentally, we need to decide what we're going to be as a city. Are we going to be a place people want to live, a place they want to move to? Are we going to be a city that's urban and attractive where the tax-paying population grows and tax base grows with it? Or are we going to be a city tuned to industry at the cost of everything else? Dirty, polluted, all the things that Halifax, Fredericton, and Ottawa say that we are. That's the choice that we have. We may end up with a population limited to simply those who can't afford to leave, which is a dire outcome for all of us. As far as your decision tonight, I respectfully ask that you consider the intent of PUC's dual recommendations. They made a recommendation about this application, and they made a recommendation caused by this application about implementing bylaws. The problem is, while PUC wanted enforceable mitigations in place, the bylaw approach won't work. We've seen that time and again. When federal and provincial legislation overrides municipal authority, which it will in this case because of the intensification of railroad operations, bylaws are largely useless. Even when land use conditions and bylaws are technically enforceable, they're also often ignored by the city itself. I saw that constantly when I was on PAC. Enforcement is seen as an unaffordable luxury, a cost center, red tape, sometimes politically toxic. So bylaws and conditions aren't often worth the paper that they're written on. Development proponents figured this out a long time ago. Now residents are trying to figure it out too. I will ask Steve tonight, table this application, consult with city legal, find ways to bind the applicant outside of a bylaw in order to protect resident interests. The fact is bylaws and soft influence and non-contractual commitments with the applicant, they just won't do it. We've learned that over the years with AIM and everything else. Show that you're committed to good economic development and responsible industry, and don't be rushed into a decision that you may end up regretting. Otherwise, and this is my darker side, if we are going to drop this type of industrial intensification on residents, let's be honest with them and with ourselves. Maybe it's time to stop touting livability and quality of life. Industrial growth truly is our only priority. The worst thing we can do is gaslight our citizens about what we're doing and where we're taking this city. That's about it. I want to thank you for your time this evening. I really do appreciate your service to the city. I know it's not an easy job. And I wish you luck with your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We've got another 3 minutes left. Does anyone have a question or anything for Dave before we move on? Oh, Councillor, hang on. Councillor Killen.
Thanks for your presentation. I'm just wondering, can you talk to me about your experience in dealing with Southern Railway directly about your complaints about noise?
Their operations over the years have been, as far as I can tell, completely regardless. They've disregarded citizen interest at all. I haven't even bothered to try and engage with them directly, probably because of that apathy I talked about earlier. I really don't see that it's going to be productive. But I've lived beside railways my whole life in other communities. This is a very poor neighbor, even for a railway operator. I mean, there was a situation, I think it was a year or two ago, where they parked what looked like a jet engine on a rail car down there, I think to clear tracks of debris or something, and they ran it beside a residential neighborhood for an hour. I actually had to hang up from a business call in my house because it was too loud to have a conversation. I ended up driving down to see what this thing was, and they had a turbine engine sitting on a rail car right behind houses. That type of thing is beyond the pale. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor Killen.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. We got 2 minutes left.
Thank you, and thank you for your feedback. When I look at this, I see a lot of competing interests, obviously, and you're raising a number of them around livability, which is something I campaigned on very openly, something I care a lot about. I also care about green infrastructure, and when we're talking about a green future, the 21st century, we're going to need to have transportation systems like rail and like our ports, moving away from road use and moving away from. So I'm just wondering, from your perspective, is there a case to be made here? Have you considered that we have a duty to expand these types of transportation infrastructures? And it's not something I've heard mentioned here tonight, but it's the first thing I noticed when I looked at this, and I said, if we grow our port, we grow our rail access, we're setting ourselves up for the 22nd century, from my analysis. Just a question.
Well, I'm definitely all for that. I mean, I'm in the business of sustainability, and I am all for economic development. I am not against the increase in economic activity or even rail. I'm actually a big fan of rail. It's a very, very important piece of our social infrastructure. But there's a couple of points I'd like to make here. The proponent does have other options. Dave Ryan earlier mentioned one. I believe there's also an option to do some of this rail activity on the east side of the city in already industrialized areas. The other side of it is what I'm asking for here is the ability and the commitment for the city to enforce mitigations not to shut it down, but to make sure that the city has the ability to mitigate, to establish rules of operation that limit the impact on residents, and to actually make the commitment to enforce them, because too many times in the past we've put the rules in place and then not bothered to enforce. So I'm not against the application. I'm not against the intensification of rail. I just want it done in a way that balances cost and benefit.
Thank you. Councillor Radwan, you got like 10 seconds.
And I just wanted to ask you if the project were to stay in its current location that's being proposed, what sort of plans do you think could actually help mitigate some of the transportation issues, in your opinion, sound issues, noise, light?
I think several things could be done. One is to actually implement long-term sound monitoring. It's far too easy to game short-term sound monitoring when you're operating a rail yard, and I've already seen that type of behavior in the past with this operator. So I would say long-term continuous monitoring of sound and environmental pollutants managed by the city, not by the operator. That would be one major thing. I think a commitment to limit high-impact operations within the rail yard to certain times of day. You know, a shunting impact or an explosive sound at 2 o'clock in the afternoon is not the same as that happening next door to your house at 3 o'clock in the morning. There's all sorts of things that can be done. They're not convenient to the operator, and the operator traditionally has not had to worry about that because they have a regulatory shield. But those are things that we can implement contractually or in other ways that legal might come up with to protect residents, mitigate by enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drennan. Appreciate you taking the time to present tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, is there anyone else on the call? I have Paul O'Neill listed. Don't see the name up there. Mary Anderson listed. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to this evening?
Hello, can anybody hear me?
I can. Can you tell us your name and your address?
My name is Paul O'Neill. I live at 914 Dever Road. I have the daycare at the corner.
All right, Mr. O'Neill, you've got 10 minutes to make your case. If it's less than 10, we'll have time for questions, et cetera. Thank you.
Okay. Well, mainly my presentation is questions. My thing is how many feet between our property, which is, I am on the furthest western line of Mr. Irving's property. His property runs right up to my driveway. So I'm wondering how close the park is going to be in proximity to my property. Is there going to be any coverage of trees or a fence between our property and the park that they're proposing? Is there going to be any kind of crosswalk by the park? Busy road, lots of speeding on our street, so I think it could be a dangerous spot for kids crossing into this parking lot from across the street. And my main concern is not the noise, it's the noise and the noise barriers that they're going to be putting up. It's the shunting. When the trains are connecting and banging, you can't stop the ground from shaking no matter what kind of wall they put up. And that's what it feels like sometimes is an earthquake in my house, because my house is directly in front of this train yard. And also transport trucks, I'm just wondering what the actual transport route is. Are they supposed to come down Church Avenue onto Dever, or are they coming off of Manchester onto Dever? Because lately we've been seeing a lot of trucking coming off Manchester up through Dever and going into the box mill. And that's basically my presentation. As far as if they could answer those questions, that'd be great.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Mr. O'Neill? Nope, sorry. Councillor Harris, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Just curious, did you say you had the daycare at the corner of Dever? Is that what you said?
No, well, there's two daycares on Dever Road, actually. There's one up in the doctor's building beside Memorial Baseball Field, and my wife and I have one right out of our house. So we're at 914 Dever Road. So our property line is adjacent to Mr. Irving's property. Where the White Houses come down on Dever Road. We're the very next property next to that property.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Any other questions for Mr. O'Neill? Mr. O'Neill, I guess what we'll do is we've got your questions here. We'll have staff address those at the end once we close the public hearing. Is that all right? You'll stay tuned?
Sure.
All right.
Yep,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you. All right. Mary Anderson, available? Anyone else on the call that would like to speak in opposition in regards to this?
Hi, Your Worship. It's Alex Weaver Crawford, the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee. I'm not sure if now is the best time for me to read my comments.
After what? Okay, yes, we're going to hold on to those. Is that all right?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right, anyone else in opposition of the project? All right, if there is no one else in opposition of the project, I will move on to, oh, sorry, Councillor Ogden.
I have a question for Mr. Reid. Is that possible?
Yeah, after we close the public hearing, then we'll have staff come back and they'll answer questions.
Okay.
So we're going to go from opposition, we'll go to people that want to speak for, and then we'll go to staff. Okay? I've called for Mary Anderson. Mary Anderson, are you available?
I am.
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mary. All right.
Oh, okay.
We're going to give you the floor. Will you give us your address? And you have 10 minutes. If you are less than 10 minutes, we'll have some time for questions from council as well. So we'll hand it over to you. Thanks.
All right. Okay, thank you. I'm just, hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to read a statement that I had written up earlier. The people that have spoken before me have done a much better job, but in any case, I'd like to read the statement that I wrote, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, or less. I just wanted to say that I'm requesting that the City of St. John make its final decision to permanently turn down the request for the rezoning of Dever Road for industrial purposes. The intermodal terminal has no place in or near our residential communities of the west side, specifically Dever Road, but also farther afield for that matter. The disruption it would cause in the entire area would certainly outweigh any benefit except to further the applicant's business designs. The contents of my letter of May 29th still stand. That's where I've put forth most of the arguments to date. In that letter, I asked several questions which so far have gone unanswered, such as how would this construction affect the safety of the New Brunswick pipeline, for example, which passes through the area. Another question that was never answered, how would traffic flow on the west side and the city in general? How would that be affected? The safety of pedestrians on Dever Road, which has been addressed by other people much better than I have. How would homeowners also be compensated if there's any drop in their home value? In short, I'm asking the city to do the right thing for its residential citizens and not to give in to big business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary. Does anyone have any questions for Mary? Councillor Harris, you're up.
Thank you for coming in and speaking with us, Mary. My question would be, if we turn this down and the status quo exists, there's no noise mitigation work going to be done, there's no changes, there's no measures that we can pass to change the current status quo. Are you saying that you are more satisfied with the status quo that we're having right now rather than pursuing, yes, it's an upgrade, yes, it's a change, yes, it means an expansion, no question, but it gives us an opportunity to reset and pursue some of these mitigation factors? Or are you saying that you don't want to pursue those mitigation factors and are happier with the status quo right now?
As far as I'm concerned, sitting where I'm sitting at 897 Dever Road, I'm happier with the status quo.
Councillor Radwan, please.
Mary, I was actually looking for your address, so you said that. Thank you, and thanks for your presentation. I'm just wondering if this project is to go forward, is there anything that would make you feel comfortable proposed to mitigate any of the issues with the neighborhood?
They've been put forth pretty much by some of the other people that have spoken this evening. But if nothing were to happen beyond the status quo, I can't state right now.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions for Mary Anderson? All right, thank you, Mary. All right, I guess we will move on to those speaking in favor.
Perhaps your worship ask one more time if
Okay.
there's someone else on the line.
Is there anyone else on the line that would like to speak against the project? Okay, we're good to move. Oh, wait, now. Did I see a light flashing up there? No? Okay. So we'll move on to speaking in favor of the project. I should have Mr. Turner. I have him listed first. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Common Council. Congratulations to those returning to Common Council and to the newly elected officials as well. Your service to the community is appreciated. My name is Rick Turner with Hughes Surveys and Consultants, appearing on behalf of J.D. Irving Limited. We've reviewed and accept the recommendations outlined in the supplementary report to Common Council. Before I provide a few comments, I would like to run a short video clip. It's for the benefit of people who were not able to attend the open house or maybe have not seen that on the J.D. Irving website. I believe the Common Clerk was going to cue that up. While that's taking place, I'll start with a few introductions. Wayne Power will be presenting. He's the Vice President of Transportation and Logistics for J.D. Irving Limited. He's here to speak on a high-level overview of the project. Also registered to speak is the operator of the facility. That will be MB Southern Railroad, represented by Ian Simpson. Support staff were online to answer questions as required are Andrew Fisher, the General Manager of Transportation and Trucking, Doug Dean, the Director of Project Engineering for J.D. Irving Limited, and Amir Arvani, the Sound Specialist with Dillon Consultants. Not sure if they're having problems getting the video up. I'll continue on, Your Worship. The things I'd like to comment on, three things. One, why are we here?
So, Mr. Turner, I guess we're going to play this right now. Here we go.
Go ahead. There's no soundtrack with it. I'll just fill in a couple of gaps. Actually, I can't see see what's going on the screen, but what you've got is in the foreground is the rail yard. You'll see the wall is very prominent in the video. And then away in the background, you see Dever Road, the homes and stuff along there. And that video is only a minute and a half long at the most. Once it's gone through one run of it, I think we can stop and I'll carry on with my presentation. That just helps put in perspective the type of operation we're looking at here.
That's it.
Okay. So again, I want to comment on three things. Why we're here. Two, what kind of investment is being made in this project. And three, why is the investment being made? So first one, why are we here? The purpose of this hearing is to focus on the proposed intermodal and autoport facilities. Areas like Manchester Avenue, for example, will see no impact from these new facilities. Manchester Avenue, you're half a kilometer away. But normal railway operations will continue in locations like that. It's the new facilities that should be the spotlight of this hearing, if I understand the process correctly. That is the way it works. Second item, what kind of investment is being made? Not including any peripheral costs, the investment being made for just the intermodal facilities, beautification, and sound mitigation is over $5 million. So it's a $5 million plus project. What's notable is approximately $2 million of that is for mitigation and beautification. That does not take into consideration ongoing maintenance costs, which JDI have agreed to take care of the park, berm, and sound in the future. Of those costs, about $1 million is just for the wall, the sound wall, a very big wall at that. It's approximately 850 feet long by 34 feet high. So to put that, the size of the wall into perspective, so you have a better sense of how it would affect sound transmission. And I could have done a better job of this at PAC, but 850 feet is the same distance along King Street from Prince William Street to Charlotte, or in other terms, from Center Beam Place to the Royal Bank Building at the head of King. 34 feet high is equal to the height of a 3-story building. So that's what's being built on the railway property, along where the intermodal and the loading will take place. An added benefit of the wall is some railway noise will be blocked from the Dever Road area. But again, the purpose of this hearing is to deal with the intermodal facility and proposed autoport. It's worth noting that the wall will have some overall positive effects as well. Third item, why is the investment being made? We know the investment is about business opportunities. What you may not realize is intermodal and autoport businesses take place in the rail yard at present. So what's new in the proposal before you? Adding a very significant wall, building a berm well over 1,000 feet long, and developing and maintaining a park for the community. So these things have been added as a result of consultation and listening by our client. So over $2 million investment is all about doing the right thing for the privilege of operating some of the operation on the J.D. Irving property. So that's why the investments are proposed, doing the right thing. Your Worship, we understand there are at least 3 supporters registered to speak: Revision St. John, Port of St. John, and CP. We're hoping that they will go before MB Southern so that everybody gets a perspective or gets various perspectives of the positive benefits. I think when MB Southern will speak, Mr. Simpson, there's probably going to be quite a few questions. But if we could work it that way, it'd be helpful. Also, Your Worship, this is more a matter of process. Our team members have been asked to note council's questions as they come up. That way, if I get a question, say, about the wall that I don't think it's appropriate for me, or about sound, the person that would be appropriate to address that, they will be taking notes of any questions the council come up with. And when the appropriate time comes for them to speak, they'll already be ready to move forward with that. Virtual meetings have their difficulties. I understand that. That's why we thought we would take that approach. But Your Worship, your meeting, handle it as you may. If there's any questions for me, I certainly try to address them or defer them to the appropriate party. Otherwise, Mr. Powell will give a brief, high-level overview of the initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I've been sent a list of 8, well, I've been sent a list with Mr. Simpson on the last 6 presenters. So, and I am assuming we are going in the order that I've been sent. So I'll ask everyone, when everyone comes on, they will give us what their expertise is, and we'll be able to address the questions that way, I guess. So does anyone have any questions for Rick Turner? All right, so you've introduced it, and then we'll bring on Mr. Wayne Power next. Oh, sorry, Councillor Harris. I'm trying to watch the screens and watch. Sorry, Councillor Harris, go ahead.
All good. Hey, thank you, Rick, for coming on tonight. Good to see you again. Rick, just a question. You said that JDI is putting in this work, this money, because it's the right thing to do for the community. And that there was based on listening, it was based on consultation. My question is where along that consultation was the park suggested or asked for by the community as a response to that expansion or idea around this intermodal park?
It came up fairly early in the process, and what we did is we built the site plan around that. We took the residentially zoned properties that were there and dedicated those to the long-term vision of the park. And the light industrial area, well, we've requested it to go to the transportation designation. So that was early in the process. It was.
So that sounds to me like it came from the planners, not from the community.
Well, there was unofficial discussions during the course of trying to put this together. I think that's where it came up.
Okay, thank you.
It wasn't something that I was involved directly in.
Okay.
Councillor Radwan, do you want to wrap us up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Turner, for your presentation. Just a question. I'm wondering if there had been. I realized that JDI has a road that goes through the back of around Moosehead. Just wondering, and I realized that road would not allow trucks to be able to pass over the rail that it would need to get to the proposed logistics park. Just wondering if there had been any consideration made for an alternate road to be developed by JDI.
Mr. Dean, who's the director of engineering for JD Irving, was the one who worked primarily on the concept. So that would be something that Mr. Dean will be now noting, so that when he comes forward, he can respond to it. I worked on the initial industrial access road. Whether there was anything else explored, he can certainly respond to that.
All right. Oh, yikes. All right. We're over our 10 minutes, Mr. Lowe, and we've got, Councillor Lowe and Councillor Ogden. So if you want to go sort of quick, go ahead.
PC, you said that I&J, I think it was I&J, hadn't been totally resolved regarding the water underground, water pipes. Has that been resolved now? Is that all cleared up?
I think we're still waiting for some documentation on that, but the discussions have been ongoing, and I think it's a positive direction.
Okay.
Councillor Ogden?
I live behind the railroad track on Douglas Avenue. And the railroad track runs across Reversing Falls Bridge in behind Moosehead. I know the area very well. And then down, I believe, under the Louis Murphy overpass. Now, could we not, and since the province is going to be a big gainer of taxes out of this, could we not have an access road from the thruway through the Irving Oil property at Woolastook Park, or as we know, Senecare, perhaps go under the road and go along the way of the railroad, which is already an access route, and then you eliminate, because what I'm hearing is that there's concerns about noise, which you seem to have mitigated, but also I'm hearing about traffic near Reversing Falls, Church Avenue and Main Street, which I don't think can be changed because the number of people living there and people are talking about residential property. But could we come up off the thruway through the Centercare property and underneath the road and then down into the facility through Moosehead, Louis Murphy overpass, and then have an access road the other way for your vehicles, and so that your vehicles would never go through the convoluted area down around Harding Street, Church Street, in that area. Would that be possible?
Mr. Turner, is that one for you?
No, I think I would defer that question. I'm not sure if that kind of overview has been examined by the engineering department for JDI or not.
Okay, we'll see who comes on the line here next, I guess. Maybe they can answer that question. All right, well, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Wayne Power, please.
Mayor Reardon, council members, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to review our project this evening. I just want to take a few minutes to give you a brief introduction to the Lancaster Logistics Park at a high level and how we feel it aligns and complements a number of important trends and initiatives underway both in the market and in the city of St. John, and how this can be used to accelerate economic activity. As everybody's aware, the modernization project at the Port of St. John is the major driver of transportation growth here. And if done correctly, it can allow the city of St. John to become a key transportation hub in Eastern Canada. But there is complementary activity that's required and that's critical to support it. And an operation like the Lancaster Logistics Park is part of that. This project is initially focused on the domestic intermodal market. And I just want to take a minute and clarify that there are two types of intermodal containers. Import containers are the ones that come in by ship and are distributed to customers by rail, so come into the Port of St. John. Domestic intermodal, on the other hand, are containers that come into the region by rail and are then offloaded onto a chassis and delivered to a customer by truck. And for domestic intermodal, we have exceeded our current capability and capacity to handle containers. And this market continues to grow with our railroad partners like Canadian Pacific. And what's happening also is intermodal is displacing long-haul trucking in many instances. Someone mentioned about the greening of the economy going forward. Intermodal is far more cost-effective and it's a lower carbon footprint than long-haul trucking. But ultimately, for intermodal networks to work effectively, they need to have balance. So containers can't only move in one direction. So with the Port of St. John, once containers come in here, they get shipped out of the region, and trains with containers for export combined with domestic intermodal provide large railways with a viable mechanism to reposition containers back to St. John. So this is a critical part of the supply chain. In addition to that, our operation will help facilitate and improve the supply chain for local shippers who will have more competitive options for getting their products to market through cost-effective truck-to-rail transportation. Many of the containers that come in actually leave the region empty, so provide an opportunity for our local industry. And then lastly, in addition to this, intermodal, as I mentioned, is an important part of decarbonization of the supply chain by reducing long-haul trucking. A single intermodal train can take as many as 300 trucks off the highway. A rail is 4 times more fuel efficient, and it has 75% less greenhouse gases. So longer term, we have an opportunity here to install electric charge stations and help the facilitation of electric trucks that are ideally suited for regional deliveries once they become more effective. Lastly, this project will generate 47 well-paid jobs at its full potential. There will be 17 more people needed at the railway. There will be 30 full-time drivers needed at our trucking operation. So we firmly believe this is an exceptional opportunity for the city and the region to continue to grow as a multimodal transportation hub. And I want to thank Council for taking the time tonight to consider our application.
Thank you very much. Would you mind reminding us what your position is over there? I know Mr. Turner mentioned it, I think.
Yeah, I am Group Vice President of the Transportation and Logistics Division. So There are 10 companies in my group, including the 3 railways.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr.? Have we got? Oh, sorry. I'm looking for the lights. Councillor Killen, sorry.
Great, thanks, and thank you, Mr. Power, for your presentation. I'm just wondering, is cost the reason that the wall is as small as it is? So we're hearing a lot about noise and mitigation and things like that. The burden looks like it's going to be 15 years before it's at its entirety. So what is the reasoning behind, and I see it mentioned in here a little bit in the packet, is it cost that is the reason to not build a fully complete wall around this facility?
No, the wall, and people who have far more knowledge about the acoustic design of the wall can speak better than I can, but the wall was designed in a specific area where the addition is being made. So in behind that wall is where the intermodal containers will be offloaded. In behind that wall is where a forklift type device will be driven to offload those containers and put them on the truck. So that wall is distinctly in the area where the expansion is occurring. So it's associated directly with the project. That's the reason it's designed with the size and designed for the location it is.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Power, it's Councillor Harris here. Just trying to confirm a couple of things. You're in transportation and logistics. How many trucks, and I have a kind of a stream of questions here, just trying to get at the root of something. How many trucks currently are we seeing, or is that number known, around the Dever Road entrance into where the logistics park is now? What is the current load?
Councillor, I'm going to defer that to either Mr. Dean or Mr. Fisher, and I'll let them answer that. They have more knowledge of the actual count. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, so then there is one question in this stream that may be relevant to you. Assuming that it's 40, which we saw in our presentation, and assuming that that number isn't actually any higher than 2014, can you explain to me what the growth agenda here is? If we're not expecting any increased traffic, and we as council are going to have to look at this expectation that's set as to say, look, the traffic increase either isn't outlined here in what I'm seeing, or it's not known, and we're going to be on the hook for road repair and road maintenance. This is where the stream of questioning was coming from. Is I need to understand what we're expecting, what we're projecting, and if we're not projecting an increase, how does that factor into a growth agenda for your company?
I think the differential between the two is there has been an enormous amount of trucks taken off the road because we are moving some of our wood fiber in now by rail, as many as 200 carloads a week, which has displaced the number of trucks. I think in the application, the number is 40 trucks per day is the number that's in the application. But again, Mr. Fisher or Mr. Dean can speak to that better than I can, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Redwan.
Thank you, Mr. Power. I appreciate your presentation. I understand that one of your partners that you would be working with would be the AIM plant. And I'm just curious as to whether or not, if you know right now, if you would end up bringing them product or taking product to ship out from their area. And second question that I have is, I know there's been a lot of discussion so far, well, a bit of discussion so far. This is not about rail, but it's my understanding from what I see here, there is going to be increased rail traffic. Just wondering if you can let me know how much increased rail traffic that there will be.
Yeah, again, I'll let Mr. Simpson speak to the rail traffic as he is the general manager at the railway. I missed the first part of your question regarding understanding who one of our partners was. Could you tell me that again?
Sure, absolutely. So with one of your partners is AIM, and I'm just wondering if you're going to be bringing product to AIM or if you're going to be taking product from AIM and distributing it somewhere else.
No, this operation has absolutely nothing to do with AIM whatsoever. This operation has to do with containers coming in, a train actually stopping in the location where the terminal is being built, the containers being offloaded off the rail operation at that location. AIM does not bring product in by intermodal. They're carloads that go directly to the site.
I'm not sure where that was, but it actually is in our packet. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McKenzie?
I think better suited for Mr. Simpson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Power.
Thank you, Worship.
Moving on to Paulette Hicks of Envision, please.
Good evening, everyone, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Paulette Hicks, and I'm CEO of Envision St. John. Our mandate at Envision St. John, the Regional Growth Agency, is to support and propel growth for our region. This does include 4 key pillars: people attraction, visitor attraction, investment attraction, and business attraction. Growth requires an aligned approach where everyone in the region embraces the opportunity. It needs to be an all-encompassing view, inclusive of strategic partners in our community. That is why I'm happy to be here tonight to support J.D. Irving's proposed Lancaster Logistics Park. Having a strong and sustainable multimodal transportation sector is a fundamental part of our region's value proposition. It's about being growth ready. The proposed park, in combination with the port modernization project, presents a huge opportunity for the St. John region and for New Brunswick. More than any point in our history, our region's success is tied to global supply chains, investment flow, and people migration. The Lancaster Logistics Park proposal is a game-changing move towards capitalizing on those opportunities, optimizing our assets, and advancing St. John as a global transportation and logistics hub. The proposed logistics park is in perfect alignment with the port modernization project, demonstrating the power of working as a collective in our region to take advantage of transformational opportunities. J.D. Irving's proposed development and investment to further build out the world-class infrastructure upgrades already taking place at Port St. John is exactly what this region needs to prosper. Developing a world-class supply chain will increase the region's competitiveness for investment opportunities like the recent announcement of Walmart Canada choosing Moncton for their new distribution center. By supporting the proposed Lancaster Logistics Park, our region is signaling that we are open for business. Expanding our infrastructure and freight options is not only essential for global shippers, but it also plays an essential role in opening new markets for our local businesses. Creating additional export opportunities for the homegrown businesses in our region is a growth priority. And lastly, it's about creating new opportunities for employment. The proposed Lancaster Logistics Park is going to create jobs for railway positions and drivers. This, coupled with the hundreds of potential jobs announced as a direct outcome of the port modernization, can change a generation. We believe this fits the regional growth agenda. Thank you for this opportunity, and this concludes my comments, Your Worship.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Paulette Hicks? No questions? Thank you kindly. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess to give us all a break, and we'll be back in a second. Thank you. Thank you, Paulette.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to get, I need my gavel. Hello? Can we get started? Can we resume the, hello? Can we resume the public hearing, please? Okay, so it looks like we have our screens back up. Next on our list, the list that I've been giving, is St. John Port, Patrick Beamish. Patrick?
Hi, Your Worship. Andrew Dixon will be making the presentation on behalf of the St. John Port Authority.
Thank you, Pat.
Hi. Yeah, thanks, Pat. And thank you, Your Worship, councillors. Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Dixon. I work as Senior Vice President of Trade and Business Development at Port St. John, and it may be relevant to note that I have worked directly in most aspects of the logistics sector for the past 38 years. I'm here on behalf of the St. John Port Authority to express our strong support of the proposed Lancaster Logistics Park as it relates to the overall growth of this region and our ongoing modernization project at Port St. John. Also with me for this virtual presentation are Captain Chris Hall, Vice President of Operations and Harbour Master, Craig Estabrooks, our Director of Corporate Services and Finance, Patrick Beamish, who you saw very briefly, our External Relations and Special Projects Advisor, and Jane Burchell, our Public Relations Coordinator. When it comes time for Q&A, I may defer, if appropriate, to one of my colleagues. As you know, Port St. John is undergoing a very exciting $205 million modernization project, which will increase cargo capacity throughput to 300,000 TEUs, or 20-foot equivalent units, with the potential in the future to increase that to 800,000 TEUs. Now, this is great news for our city and region, and literally will bring hundreds of good-paying jobs along with it. To achieve this growth, which will set our port and region apart from competitors, it is imperative that the entire supply chain increases efficiencies and capacity as well. Please allow me to briefly recap the history that has got us here today. Port St. John had a strong start in the world of container shipping back in the 70s and early 80s, but worldwide logistics shipping patterns changed, and for various reasons, we were unable to change and maintain our growth in that emerging sector. So we found ourselves with a shrinking workforce and relegated to a niche player in the world of container shipping. Enough for the history lesson. Fast forward to about a dozen years ago. We decided, along with our business colleagues and stakeholders, to turn the tide and get back in the game. So first, we attracted MSC, one of the top container lines in the world. Secondly, we successfully pled our case for a critical modernization of the port in an area with 90-year-old piers to produce the depth, the strength, and the acreage needed to get back in the container shipping game. Thirdly, we attracted DP World, one of the world's top container terminal operators with about 80 terminals worldwide, but only one on the east coast of North America, and that's in St. John. And along with them came another huge container line, CMA CGM. And finally, we got the attention of CP Rail, who purchased the railway that would connect New Brunswick with central Canada on a very direct route through Maine, and along with them came Hapag-Lloyd most recently. So all of the pieces are falling into place now for a generational shift and a business opportunity to see real growth and real employment opportunities in the critical logistics sector. NB Southern Railway is our key to handling the volumes that are possible. If we are to be successful in creating a real world-class logistics hub. The investment that they are contemplating with the proposed logistics park is such an important piece of that puzzle. We need to see this come to fruition in order to properly capitalize on all of the other elements that so many people have worked to create over the past number of years. That is precisely why we are in strong support of this project. My colleagues and I look forward to answering any questions that you might have, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak to Mayor and Council tonight.
Sorry, thank you, Andy. Does anyone have any questions for the Port of St. John? Councillor Radwan, we've got a couple of minutes left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon. I'm just wondering if you are able to chime in on how much AIM is actually using the railway.
Not clear on the relevance with logistics park, but I can certainly try to answer that question. There's rail cars that are both inbound and outbound on a fairly regular basis, utilizing the railway and the rail infrastructure at the port.
The reason why it's relevant is because it's listed in our packet. Hughes Surveys and Consultants mentioned that AIM was one of the customers of rail. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Mackenzie?
I didn't catch the numbers, but I know you mentioned there's a huge increase in containers with the port expanding. These containers are going to be put on trains and shipped over to the west side. Is that the idea? Or a lot of them?
Yes, the New Brunswick Southern operates as the port's rail partner. So whether the containers are moving, kind of in any direction, whether it's U.S., within Canada, they're all going to go to New Brunswick Southern, where at that point, they're then distributed out to one of the Class 1 railways.
Okay, so I'm just wondering where the destination point is. So most of them will be going to the west side at that terminal. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. It's an operational question, and when Mr. Simpson speaks on behalf of New Brunswick Southern, he can very clearly tell you if that's what they're going to be doing, or if they've got potential where the rail will go directly through the terminal and onward. I know that he'd be able to field that question very accurately.
Okay, that's another one for him then. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Mr. Dixon, is there anyone with the port any other comments you'd like to make? Are we done?
No, I don't think so. I think that covers it. I just...
Good. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we're moving on to CP Rail. Colby Bullard. Colby Bullard. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Good evening. First, I want to thank your worship and the councilors for the opportunity to participate this evening. As you said, my name is Colby Bullard, and I'm the Vice President of Marketing and Sales for Canadian Pacific Railway. I'm speaking in favor of the logistics park due to the need for critical domestic intermodal infrastructure to effectively service St. John. As background, CP acquired the CMQ Railroad last year as part of our commitment to replant our flag and provide improved rail service for the industries and consumers in St. John and Atlantic Canada. As part of this commitment to the region, CP made a 3-year commitment to invest $100 million in track infrastructure improvements to build a safe, high-speed, Class 1 service between St. John and Montreal, and frankly, markets beyond Montreal. In the past 12 months, CP has already completed 60% of this work that was originally intended to take 3 years and spent a little bit over $60 million. And our work is well ahead of schedule to finish ahead of our initial 3-year goal. When you combine CP's $100 million rail investment with Mr. Dixon's $200 million plus Port of St. John modernization, the demand for domestic intermodal infrastructure is going to be critical to create a multimodal transportation hub in St. John. Domestic intermodal is critical to move goods and products to and from St. John in a cost-effective way that is more environmentally friendly. I think as Mr. Power mentioned, it's 4 times more fuel efficient and it's substantially more environmentally friendly than over-the-road trucks servicing the same amount of goods going into and out of the region. From a CP perspective, domestic intermodal it's a standard service offering that we offer in all the key markets that we serve across Canada and the US. You know, we're excited about the continued growth story in St. John and the opportunities to support critical supply chain infrastructure like this, specifically this logistics park that's necessary to move the products we all depend on.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Bullard? Oh, we do have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. Councillor Radwan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bullard. I appreciate your presentation. And I just wanted to ask you, I understand from our council packet that to try to reduce some of the shunting, you would end up having more trains going. Just wondering if there's any other sort of ways to mitigate the vibration feeling that is coming from the trains that you would plan on changing in the area to try to help the residents with this sort of issue.
So I don't want to punt this one to Mr. Simpson as well as the other questions, but NBSR would be the one operating there locally, and so I feel like Mr. Simpson would probably be best to answer the questions about local operations. I could talk about operations on our line where they hand it off to us, but probably not there locally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Harris?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Question, without this, what is CP's involvement? Like, I understand there's a great potential here, but I'm just curious, this aside, this intermodal facility aside at Logistics Park, what is CP's involvement currently, or what's it going to be outside of the Logistics Park? Is it just to service the port? Is it more comprehensive than that? Is it just the Montreal corridor? Is it Kansas City? I'm just curious on a big picture.
Sure. CP, and I'll just kind of talk in broader scope beyond just the Logistics Park, but CP's involvement in St. John through our connection with the NBSR is with the port, and we've been able to work with the port effectively as they've grown to bring in new permanent service with Hapag. So we've been able to grow and expand what we're doing from an international perspective through the Port of St. John. We're looking at bringing in another committed weekly service as well to the Port of St. John. Beyond that, we do a lot of carload business with all the forest products and the other industries in the region. And when we look at it, you know, from our perspective, you can pull them apart, but really it is this multimodal hub concept of the ability to take international containers out of the port and move them inland, and then bring domestic containers back to the port, as well as the international containers, so that we can bring goods and services back on those same trains. So when we look at it, you know, we have trains that have extra capacity, which means we have extra length that we can add onto those trains and still not add more trains that we're bringing in. So we'd still be able to bring in the same number of trains, we would just have longer trains. And so when we look at this domestic service, it's the ability to kind of piece all of that together with the forest products, the pulp, paper, all the other industries, the international business, the domestic business, so that we have a comprehensive transportation product for St. John.
And there's no way to attain that without an intermodal park like this, is what you're saying?
Not to the same scope and scale, not at all.
Thank you.
And thank you, you're welcome.
Councillor Norton, please.
Your worship, through you. Is it possible to speak to, I guess, cities or other areas that have intermodal parks similar to what's being proposed this evening, and what you've seen in terms of economic growth and development, and how how those communities have changed.
Sure. I think right now there's a great example. I can give you examples on our railroad, but there's a good example on the BNSF with what they're doing with their logistics park, Kansas City. They're bringing in a multimodal logistics park into Kansas City, which hasn't traditionally been a large rail and transportation hub. Usually everything's been in Chicago. But the BNSF has gone in, partnered with the community, partnered with other developers in the region, and they've brought in rail, put it in an area where they could have warehousing, intermodal, bring it all together, and create basically a logistics hub in a region that frankly hasn't been as strong a player as some of their bigger neighbors like Chicago in the past.
Do you, just to piggyback on that, through you, Your Worship, the Moncton up the road, the hub, I guess colloquially speaking, the hub city has a lot of warehousing opportunity in it and large industrial parks. Is there an opportunity similar to Kansas City that you see for St. John in order to keep some of those goods and economic activity here as it relates to the intermodal park that's going to be proposed, keeping some of that economic activity here instead of driving it up the highway, so to speak?
Absolutely. If you look at the cost of goods sold and you look at the components to go into it, if you have to move a product into the region like a Moncton and then find a driver and a truck and spend the fuel and the maintenance to bring it down versus the ability to rail it straight in and reduce the truck miles by 90%, 95% to get it to the final customer, it's absolutely going to shift supply chains and help support, frankly, lower cost, higher efficient, more environmentally friendly delivery of goods into the region.
Is it? Thank you for that. Is it fair to say, or am I off the mark, or maybe you can just say, look, Councillor, maybe it's just pie in the sky, but there's more value adds, and we could see further growth in our industrial parks in terms of warehousing and storage and those types of facilities as it relates to the goods that will be coming in, whether it's domestically or import.
Yeah, Councillor, I think that's absolutely correct. I think that's what the intended benefit is from our perspective, from CP's perspective of doing this.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Bullard. That's perfect. Thanks so much for your presentation this evening. All right, we'll move on to Mr. Simpson, if you're there.
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Mr. Simpson, all the questions have been sent down the line to you, so.
Yes. Well, good evening, Your Worship, and members of Common Council. I was going to speak for 9.5 minutes, but I think I'll shorten it up because I need to answer a few of those questions. And I'll do my best here to try and answer them, actually, as I'm giving my overview. Questions about whether this is a business decision. Well, yes, it is. But, it's also very important to the several hundred employees that we have working here, the great men and women that are the backbone of our company. And so many of them over the last few months have talked to me because there's such a deep concern about noise in the community. They live in the community. I've made it very clear about, some of those concerns, and we're working every day at ideas, and many of them have been very effective to this point, on how we can reduce the noise. During PAC, we use some, I'll call it industry jargon or industry terminology, and we probably should have taken a minute just to explain a few things. So I'll do that just to help those that may not be fully familiar with some of the phrase that we use. MB Southern Railway and all railways are considered essential services, and we are what's known as a common carrier. And what that means in a nutshell is that we are bound to handle customer freight, to go through their peaks and valleys, and to work with our interchange partners Those are railways that we hand freight off and they hand off to somebody else and somebody else. So for us, we have direct interchange with CN Rail here in St. John and up in St. Leonard, New Brunswick. We also have direct interchange with CP Rail in Brownville Junction, Maine, and also in the state of Maine with Pan Am Railroads. So our job is to take the freight that comes our way and to find a way to manage it and to be as efficient and effective as we can. And every time there's a new opportunity, we use that as a means to look at our operations and is there a way to do things better? So a good example of that is, for those not aware, maybe what's been lost in this whole process, is we currently do intermodal, everything we've talked about tonight, everything that's in our application, and we currently do autos. And we do it here in our West Terminal, and it really addresses a lot of the things that certainly Mr. Ryan talked about and a couple other speakers tonight. And that is the concerns over on Milford and Greenhead Road. So the intermodal today is moving along and has for well over a year. But we don't like the congestion it's causing. And if we grow the business, we don't think that's the best route. So when Port St. John and CP Rail built that relationship with a couple of those steamship lines that you heard about earlier, it gave us the opportunity to really look at our operation and say, what, if we had to really pie in the sky, what is the best, most efficient way to lay out our railway here? Because there's only so much land, only so many opportunities. And how do we do it in a way that helps the neighborhood? So we had basically 4 options that really were considered strongly internally here. One was to develop Bayshore, and lots of space down there. But we ruled that out for 2 reasons. One is we want that to be an area where we build the trains coming from the port. A very good question was asked a few minutes ago. Are we going to use the Lancaster Logistics Park to move containers that come from the port? And the answer to that is no. We will be building the train that comes from the port down in new tracks that are going to be built and in the process of being laid out. Final design pending within the port, and we'll be adding to that in Bayshore. And the whole idea would be trains that are coming from the port will be built there, inspected there, and ready to go so that they'll just flow through the west side here. They won't be switched here, which causes noise, and they won't be transloaded. There'll be nothing transloaded from that part of the business. So that was one option we looked at, Bayshore. But we also knew that there'd be more traffic through Sims Corner, more rail traffic, and that's the last thing we want, is to have domestic intermodal go through Sims Corner and hit several other whistles that were unnecessary. Because when we come into our west side yard at this new location that we're proposing, we will not have to go through another public crossing to service that business. Second area we looked at was actually the old site. I'm just looking down the railroad here. The old site of the CP Rail Intermodal, for some of you that may remember that. And that would have been easy. It's right on rail property, as are all these facilities. But it would have put trucks all of a sudden back out through Carl Avenue and Manchester. And we definitely did not want to do that. Even though it was done there for decades, we did not want to do that and make that part of the city busier than it is today. Because eventually those trucks would have to find their way onto Dever and really be from one end of Dever to the other. The third option was, and it was asked early on in the process tonight, did we consider status quo? And we have considered status quo. Just continue to do the business where we're doing it today. The problem with that is it does not address any of the issues with congestion on Milford and Greenhead Road and eventually back onto Dever. And it's going to cause more switching operations under the overpass there. And because the tracks just aren't lined. So status quo is fine. It's a heck of a lot cheaper. And, we just carry on like we do today. So then we looked at the Deborah Road option that we have in front of you tonight. And that checked a lot of boxes for us. They gave us the ability to grow. We felt that it was absolutely any truck that's going to hit Deborah Road eventually, this was the shortest route that it's going to be on city streets. And it would be designed properly to let trucks in and out. The other key thing, and it was, we heard it in the PAC, I work with working groups here on the topic of noise. A couple of councillors, we worked together on this. And the best way to mitigate noise, reduce noise, is to reduce switching. And switching basically is done dozens and dozens and dozens of times a day. And unfortunately, the reason behind it is we could go up to a customer who may have 3 different boxcars loaded. And when we bring that train back to our yard, one rail car could be going Pan Am, one could be going CP, and one could be going CN. And the next customer, and the next customer, and the next customer could be the same. So when it gets back to the rail yard, think of it as 3 different tracks. Then we have to take the car off, we have to put it in the appropriate track. And the more often we do that, the more switching that occurs, and it's something that generates noise in our industry. With this new Lancaster Logistics Park, instead of having a short track where we only have access to about 700 feet to place the intermodal, so if the business grows, we'll have to switch that multiple times a day. And but the Lancaster Logistics Park will have one single track, more than 2,000 feet long. Our train will come in, we'll set off the intermodal as one block, one switch, and tie it down, and that's it. And we go to work, and then that same block is reloaded for outbound train the next day, and then we just hook onto that one block, and off it goes. When we talk about volume, we've used terms between the PAC and in some of our discussions. We'd like to double our volume. And we would. Now, to put that in context, if we doubled our volume, as far as rail cars, we're talking about 3 to 5 rail cars per day. Less than 1% of the volume of rail cars we handle in the city on any given week. Back when I came here about 2004, we were doing over 200 intermodal back then. So significantly higher than what we were doing today. And really that would be the high end of what our goal is, if we could get back to those numbers. We are doing that on the west side. 100% of the trucks were going Milford, Greenhead Road, and out Deborah. Back in 2004, 200 intermodal. At the time, we were doing autos for 3 manufacturers. Today, we're doing it for 2. Now, we'd love to get the business back, but we want to do it responsibly, and we want to do what's right. And different numbers were passed around tonight. One of the things we talked about was, by moving to where we're going, we're putting 40% of our investment into things that'll help the community, the berm, the trees, the park. And that's our obligation to keep doing things the right way. So finally, and then I'll be happy to answer questions for sure. Maybe one other point is on the whistling. We are not opposed to whistling. So unfortunately, part of some of that noise that gets heard at 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning, that is the approximate arrival time of our train from the United States each night. And part of that is we have a number of challenges that are outside of our control. Many of our shippers run a 7/24 operation. Ships can get delayed by hours or by days. And when they're here, the operators, DP World at the port, the railroads, everybody associated with it are on a time crunch to get the ship turned around. We interchange with 3 railroads that I mentioned before that they too strive to be on schedule, but things can happen. And we have border constraints. It's not as easy as going across with a transport truck or even a personal automobile. We are allowed to clear 1 train per day, 7 days per week. So we have to make the best of it, and we have a window to do that. So we have to schedule all of our arrival and departure times around these items. When it comes to whistling, we have to blow the whistle at crossings. And as a couple of people asked earlier, Bayside Drive, there's anti-whistling, and you know, we worked on that with Councillor Lowe and others a number of years ago, and city staff, and we did it successfully. But there are criteria, and that is something that is really in the city's hands, and we'll work with the city to do more of it, if that's the direction you want to go.
All right, Mr.
So I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do, Council, I'm getting a little feedback here. What I would like to do, there are 2 more presenters, PAC Chair, Alex Weaver Crawford, and PAC Member Ann McShane, and then come back for questions to Mr. Simpson, if that's all right. And to the rest, there are 3 other staff people on board that are prepared to answer questions as well. So we'll get the last couple of presentations done, and then we'll come back for questions. All right, so PAC Chair, Alex Weaver Crawford, you're up next.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. So as I mentioned, I'm the chair for PAC, and I'm here this evening in regards to the updated staff recommendations for this application. As noted by city staff and everybody, the PAC saw this application on Tuesday, June 15th, and as mentioned, we heard from 9 residents in the area. We deliberated on this issue for over 3.5 hours. One thing's definitely clear. The residents in this area are wary of the current noise, and they are understandably more wary about the possibility of additional noise associated with the proposed project. The applicant and the sound engineers by Dylan did reassure the committee and residents that there would be no additional noise from this project post-construction. So again, as mentioned by city staff, ultimately the PAC voted unanimously with staff's recommendation with 5 additional conditions, again, mostly relating to noise monitoring and mitigation. I know we've heard them, but I'll just go over them quickly again. So condition 3E was the noise barrier that wall part must be built prior to construction of the proposed facility. Condition 3D was that the tree berm be constructed prior to construction. The final design for the proposed park consider additional tree retention to further mitigate sound impacts and aesthetic concerns. And prior to the 3rd reading, staff would review the potential for a noise monitoring program and additional mitigative measures and enforcement to be incorporated as a Section 59 upon approval. The last thing was that the committee, myself and my committee members, would provide additional input to Common Council regarding concerns related to livability impacts on residential areas from adjacent heavy industrial and rail operations in advance of the municipal plan review. So this is currently being drafted, and this will be shared by Council once it's complete. Last week I heard from city staff that the application would not, or that they came with me with a few proposed changes. One of them being that the applicant, due to constructability, would not be able to build a noise barrier wall prior to construction. They will, however, as we've heard many times tonight, be able to ensure that the tree berm is constructed prior to the commencement of construction, and they are comfortable with retaining trees for the proposed park. Staff also reported back on the noise mitigation program, and I think it's in your packet, so I won't go over it again, but the noise mitigation program I'll just say this. Basically, we heard all this information after the recommendations were made. So there's a few things that just that changed, and the unanimous vote really does reflect the recommendations prior to them being changed for this evening's council session. So the ones that have changed are obviously the noise wall will not be made prior to construction, and city staff's proposal for noise mitigation. I'm not sure if it really outlines clearly as the PAC had intended it to. So not knowing more detail about this noise monitoring program has made some committee members note that they may actually have changed their vote had they known about this prior. One member in particular has reached out to myself and staff to ask if they could actually rescind their positive note. So I'll leave councillors with this. All I can say with certainty is that this new information and the amended staff recommendations that have been presented to the committee, the vote would, if we knew this information at the time of the meeting, the vote would not have been unanimous. Again, like I said, one of the committee members has asked to change their favorable vote, and my vote may have also been changed based on the current information. So ultimately, it's with council's hands. But I did want to come on here and make it clear that it was a long deliberation. We've heard from a lot of members of the community that they're not happy with noise, and they're not confident that the noise monitoring process that's recommended will actually result in a long-term solution for noise being made by the proposed project. So I'm happy to take any question from councillor, and I appreciate being here this evening.
Any questions for the chair of PAC? Deputy Mayor Mackenzie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. Does everybody on PAC, are they all aware of all these changes?
They are. I did circulate a note to all members of the Planning Advisory Committee last week, so they should all be aware of that.
And you had one reach back and say they wanted to change it. Okay.
Yeah, I did have one reach out to me.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the last presenter that we have before we go into the questions. PAC member Ann McShane, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can save you 10 minutes. I'm just here to support my chair, Alex Weaver Crawford, with the Planning Advisory Committee, and I would concur with everything she said. It would not have been unanimous. I certainly would have been one of the ones that would have rescinded my vote if I was able to do it, which we couldn't do after the vote. Yeah, it really came down, for me, it was a noise mitigation issue in terms of ongoing monitoring and enforcement. I thought, with this being a catalyst project that would most certainly affect the growth of the entire rail yard, or I'm not sure why we'd be looking at changing, I guess, logistics of the rail yard if we weren't hoping for growth. So I'm hoping that that's the expectation. That at the very least that it would exacerbate noise the issues that were caused by the rail yard. It would further degrade livability of the neighborhood potentially, and to protect against those concerns that we should be monitoring on an ongoing basis to balance the future growth of Logistics Park rail yard with community livability. And failing to be able to ensure that, I would not have been comfortable giving a positive vote for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann McShane. Anyone have any questions for PAC member Ann McShane? Councillor Radwan, please.
Actually, mine is a little bit about process, so I think if I could ask the city manager, I'm a little concerned with the process of PAC. So I've always been under the understanding that everything would go to before the PAC, so that anytime anything comes before council would actually have gone to them last before any changes were made, so that there wouldn't be this sort of question on how they would have voted. How does that work, city manager?
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, And I may ask Commissioner of Growth, Jacqueline Hamilton, or even the General Counsel to add in, but in essence, the file went to PAC. PAC did their public hearing that they are mandated to do under the legislation. They provided their recommendations to us, at which point we then review the recommendations and see if they are actually implementable. That's not a word, but see whether or not we can roll them into, and that is the subject of the supplemental staff report that you have this evening, where we clearly identify where we have satisfied the additional requirements of PAC and where we have not, and our alternative arrangements. But I'll ask Jacqueline Hamilton to fill in the blanks, please.
Commissioner Hamilton?
And members of council, the act requires that you seek the views of your planning advisory committee. You have done that. You have their report. It stands on its own in the council package. Staff does attempt to, because some of the, obviously, they are not an expert-based committee. There's other operational considerations and jurisdictional issues that come up with respect to proposals between the PAC and the council public hearing. And staff do our very best to try to find an outcome that achieves the views of PAC, but in a way that is actually able to be implemented. So that is the amended staff recommendation that you have before you. However, you can certainly choose to vote on the PAC's recommendations as they stand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, now let's return, because everyone has questions for the staff that are on the call. So if you have a question, please highlight your lights. The lights are lighting up now. Councillor Killen.
Thank you, Your Worship. This question's for Mr. Simpson from NB Southern, if he's there still. Yep, thank you. Okay, so I'm just wondering about your company's process on managing these complaints that do come from citizens. Like, do you have a dedicated person? Like, how does that work within your organization?
We do. It'll often go through either our safety department or the train operations team. But I can tell you that in just about every case now, I personally field the calls or the emails, and I respond personally back to the folks. There's been occasions where a councillor will be copied on the email, or even an MLA from the region on the email, and I make sure I copy them as well. And I give an update on the concern and the things that we are doing to either look into the particular concern and to give some feedback on some things that we've changed in the operation to try and make improvements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris?
Question about process. Are we allowed to ask other staff, so through your worship, through the clerk, I would assume, are we allowed to ask other staff who are here about related questions to this logistics park, or is that out of the question?
That's when we close the public hearing. We ask our own staff.
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, once we have completed the questions to the public, then the public hearing will be closed, and then questions to staff can follow.
Okay, so then I'll just direct this to Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, a question I asked earlier to Mr. Power still stands. It still hasn't been something I've heard an answer to. We're all talking about growth here. We're all talking about business opportunity here. What I'm not understanding is we don't have any mitigating factors, or we don't have any mitigating plans, if I'll put it that way, in place to account for major increase in traffic for this logistics park on city roads. This council is very sensitive to any expansion of industry because we currently do not have an amenable relationship with the province to get a fair share, we believe, of the taxes generated. So my fear here is that we're not being told the whole truth, and maybe you can comment on this, or we're at least not getting a projection that should have been done regarding how much traffic increase we're going to see on Dever. Right now we're saying, oh, we're not going to see more than 40 trucks per day. Let's say you knock it out of the park, you hit a home run. Is there a projection on that in the next 5 years, 10 years, on how much truck traffic we're going to see on Dever coming through. I know you've done the homework here and you found a great route, we'll say, but I still don't see some of that projection, and I'm wondering if it's been done or you know anything about it.
Okay, a few questions there. I'll try to answer all of them. The traffic studies, I haven't been personally involved in the traffic studies. I've been party to some of the, I guess, the findings. It's a third-party company that did the traffic studies, and I think it was part of one of the, I'm not sure if the PAC application, but, and I would think city staff also have a copy of that traffic study that showed, I think, back to 2014 and all the way through at least to 2018. So that would give a bit of a background on where the traffic was and where it is. As far as the volume, because the number 40 has been mentioned a few times, 40 would be a terrific number for us to hit as far as intermodal. We currently are doing about 75 per week. And if I thought we could double that in a year and a half, we'd be very happy with that. So the number of 40 per day seems reasonable over the next few years. I'd also, though, go back and point out that we had been at that number about 15 years ago. So it's, you know, and those were on the city streets and on the west side. Now, the other thing, though, that is critically important, and Mr. Power touched on it earlier, you know, part of our mandate as the railroad here is to look for all sorts of business opportunities. And one of the single biggest opportunities for us is moving wood fiber into the pulp and paper mills here in St. John. And part of why that's important and why we can do that is since back in 2011, in a partnership with the state of Maine, we acquired the Maine Northern Railway. And it basically gives us full connectivity from St. John all the way through into Maine, all the way up to St. Leonard, New Brunswick. And, you know, there's big wood fiber holdings up through there and also in St. Leonard. We have, on average, in the city of St. John, each week, we move about 200 rail cars of wood fiber. Easy math is each rail car of wood fiber takes 2 trucks off the road. So over the course of the last 10 years, we've gone from 0 to 400 fewer trucks, with most of those, 95% of those, coming off the west side streets and the pulp mill. So we're looking to grow that business, quite frankly, which would be a hit against trucks, but a little more on the rail volume.
So what I'm hearing, and you can confirm this, what I'm hearing is this logistics park is going to continue that trend of taking trucks off the road and off city roads.
Like the Lancaster Park is a growth medium, and again, it goes back to we are a common carrier, and we have to handle that business. If CP Rail goes out, you know, we're moving products, household groceries, whether it's going to Sobeys or the Superstore, etc., whether it's goods you would get at hardware stores, the Canadian Tires of the world, it could be diapers, it could be just about anything that you would buy in most of the stores in our neighborhoods. And you don't see those moving on rail cars, box cars and things of that nature, but you do see them moving on intermodal containers. So we just want a little piece of that. The practicality of how much and how strong that'll grow remains to be seen. It truly does. So, you know, we were into it, like I said, 15 years ago, and you saw the volume dip down, of course, and essentially went away for a little while, and we're just hoping to get some of that back. But what I'm talking about at the pulp mill and so on, these are boxcar moves, traditional rail moves. Okay. So we have to be ready, and you know, you heard CP talk and you heard the port. Between those two companies, they've got almost a $500 million investment, and we're the little piece in the middle. And you know, if either one of them announce another steamship line coming in the months ahead, or if CP brings on some business in the months ahead, or if CN Rail, who are also a partner of ours here in St. John, bring on some business, we do have to be ready for it.
Mr. Simpson, can I get you to wrap up there?
Yeah,
with
thank you.
that question? Thank you. Councilor McKenzie, 3 minutes. I'm gonna have to get.
Well, I'm down to one question now.
Okay,
anyway.
good.
So, Mr. Simpson, on average, how many containers move in and out of the yard per day right now via train?
75 a week, and that includes both directions.
75
So-
cars a week?
75 containers, and most of those are double stacked.
Okay.
So,
And what about
seven to 10 a day.
7 to 10 a day? And
Container.
after the development is done and you start actually operations, what do you anticipate moving in now?
I would say a year from now, you'll see that double.
To 14 a day?
Yeah. And that's half in, half out, and divide that number, that's total containers, going from 15, let me start over. Total containers per week, 75, and we hope to double that a year from now.
So this whole thing is being done in the hopes that you'll be able to do 150 containers a week instead of 75?
75 in, 75 out. And again, sir, we're doing half of that number. We're doing the 75 a week currently, and we could continue to do it, but it's not, it doesn't address any of the issues that have been raised by whether it's the citizens or the roads on the Greenhead, etc. It just makes for a much more efficient operation that does in fact reduce noise and reduce some of the problems we've heard about earlier.
Sure. Okay, so last question. So you're saying that you're going to be doing 40 trucks a day going forward, correct?
That was the ultimate
Goal. Okay. What are
goal
you
of
doing
the
today?
project. Pardon?
What are you doing today in trucks numbers?
So 75 per week.
That's train cars, correct? Now I'm going.
Yeah, but that's containers. Each container requires one truck.
Okay, so you're doing 75. Okay.
Call it 40 trucks a week. 8 a day in and 8 a day out.
And going forward, after the operation begins, it's going to go up to 40 a day.
No, that's, there's nothing pending. It could drop, it could increase. It's all about service and our ability to be competitive in the marketplace.
Okay.
And that's what we hope this terminal will help us do, be competitive in the marketplace.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
10 seconds.
Councillor Ogden, your 3 minutes.
Just going back to my question, Mr. Simpson,
Yes.
could you look at an alternate route coming off the thruway through the old Centercare property back of Moosehead underneath Louis Murphy overpass to avoid all the congestion through the residential area? Is that something you could look at?
I'm just not as familiar with the route you're talking about. I don't think there'll be any issue looking at it, sir. The only problem, the challenge with it is offloading the intermodal where it is today. It's also sharing space with the auto terminal where it is today. And under that overpass, there'll be a lot of rail switching operation, and that really defeats the whole purpose of why we're trying to move where we're moving to. We just want to set one block per day and reduce the extra switching, reduce some of the noise that's there today. And by building that wall and the berm, it also eliminates any of the noise that currently takes place with lifting and placing containers on trucks.
Thank you.
We have to be concerned about a joint initiative. It could be a joint initiative.
We have to be concerned about population growth and quality of life because when something like this is going on, we have to share the tax dollars with the province, which is holding St. John back. So we have to be concerned about it from another point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson. I appreciate that. In doing my own research, I have realized that nationwide, the majority of logistics parks actually has a sound barrier wall the entire way of the park. I'm sure that you're aware of this, but just for the public, most of them are made with either rotationally molded panels, acrylic and polar carbonate, painted steel, corten, which is rusted steel, or precast concrete. I'm first wondering why the length of the wall is not going to actually take up from one end to the other. I know that also many of them are actually quite decorative now, which it never used to be like that. And, you know, with my marketing experience, you could actually do some nice branding on there as well. Another question that I do have is I'm on the same path as Councillor Ogden. I would like to see a road being built so that the Dever Road, Church Road is not being used as it's going to be. One thing that is in the JDI Lancaster traffic study shows that on Church Avenue, there's actually two-way total projected on 2021, if this goes through, 346 trucks a day. So I have some concerns about that. And the only other question that I have is I'm wondering if there's anything that can be done to mitigate the vibration sensation that residents will be feeling with shunting.
All right, Mr. Simpson, I don't know how, you've got another couple of minutes there. If you can wrap that one up for us, appreciate it.
Okay. As far as the vibration, the simplest thing that we can do is reduce switching. And switching is part of railway operations anywhere in the world. But the more we can reduce the amount of times we have to handle a car, the better it is, the quieter it is, and so on, which is precisely why we would like to build this Lancaster Logistics Park, have one long track, and switch it once per day. So that's one of the critical things. So there are a number of mitigation things that we are doing operationally. I don't have the time to get into them, but we're continuing to look at ways to reduce switching noise. The second question you asked about volume, 300 and some trucks. I can't answer that. It's certainly not coming from us. It's undoubtedly coming from a study of all sorts of truck traffic because, again, all that's coming out of our facility would be the autos, and that's about 5 trucks per day. And the other is the intermodal that I said earlier, about 75 per week total.
Thank you. Councillor Norton, your 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Simpson, for the presentation. Probably Greendale subdivision, Milford, Randolph, the whole area. You know those communities. After 9 years, I feel like we know it pretty good. The unknowns or the uncertainty is the big. It's the big linchpin with this one. What's coming down the pike? So I want to focus on some of the certainties. Is it fair to say that one of the certainties that we have is that with the building of this park, that we can have longer trains, which decrease the volume of trains through communities, and it improves productivity and reduces switching and shunting? Is that a fair statement?
It absolutely is. I'm glad you asked that. When I was referring to Sunbury and MB Southern doing 200 containers a week 14, 15 years ago, we were also running 10 freight trains per week in each direction. 5 freights and 5 intermodals per week. Today we run 7 trains per week in each direction. So we run fewer trains today, and they happen to be a little longer. And part of that is driven by it's more efficient to run fewer trains and longer if you can. And the second thing is we have a natural barrier in that we can only get U.S. Customs to clear 1 train per day for us.
Absolutely.
So,
it's the same.
So that does tie our hands a little bit. But yeah, we were running, again, we were running 10 trains per week in each direction, not that long ago.
Right. It's the same reason why we take kids to school on school buses instead of individual cars.
That's a great analogy, yes.
There we go. With that, the big piece for me is what we're seeing is there's going to be an increase in volume. There's more tracks going in, and with that, community thinks there's going to be more noise. Can you just one more time, and then I'm done. I'm going to jump off my soapbox. Explain with more rail capacity. There's an improvement in that yard to go ahead and streamline particular products so that you do not have to move cars in and out, shunt back and forth, which is going on right now. Can you just talk about how you can better categorize your rail lines with increased rail infrastructure in the yard? Can you just speak to that briefly?
Yes, a few things. Down at Bayshore, where it's relatively quiet from a neighborhood standpoint, there aren't a lot of neighbors like some other parts of the city here. We have tracks there used to be dozens of railway tracks down there at one time. We are in the process of building 2 more tracks down there that are almost 3,000 feet long. Over here where the Lancaster Logistics Park is being proposed, we're looking to add 2 more tracks there that are about 3,000 to 3,500 feet long. We're looking to add tracks, in the state of Maine that will help our operations. And the whole goal behind it, again, is if we have more track capacity, we have less congestion in the yards, which means when we spot the intermodal, like we're proposing here, it's just one switch. We come in with a block, might be 1,000 feet of traffic. We cut it off and we back that block into this one track, and that's it. Otherwise, we come in, and if it stays in the current location and it grows a little bit from where we see today, we've got to switch that multiple times per day. There's no other way around it. And as a common carrier, we have no choice. If CP, Mr. Bullard, says we just landed, some other customer next month, that traffic comes to us and we have to find a way to handle it and to service it. So we're just, again, this park is all about being proactive to lay out track design. We have an opportunity to do it right and really help a lot of this frustrating switching noise that we hear about and make it better for long term.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Lowe, you're up next. 3 minutes.
Okay, in answer to Joanne Kellums, and I'm going to be good to you, right? When I was involved in Thorne Avenue and Russell Street, and we stopped the trains that were shunting back and forth to the old terminal there in Bayside, there's not once that I ever call your office and not get an answer back. And when there was the odd horn blowing, it was usually CN coming to Potash, which I think they drive them right straight down to Broad Street, right? And I never once, and I had complaints, and I called, and somebody always called me back, whether it was you or a lady named Shirley, I think, the lady that worked for you, right? But anytime I called, I always get an answer back. So that's an answer to Joanna there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you, Your Worship. And Mr. Simpson, I'm not sure if this is for you or one of your teammates, but at PAC, there's a lot of discussion, not just about sound mitigation, but about sound monitoring to make sure the mitigation was effective. And I think we're going to have more of a discussion with staff as we go. But as the proponent, I think we're part way along in what has happened between PAC and now. What is your opinion on, if we come along and say, look, we want to see a much more robust sound monitoring program. Are there any issues from your end about pushing that just to make sure that we have the confidence for the neighbors?
Well, from a technical standpoint, Mr. Urbani and Dylan would be better to answer that. I think in simple terms, one of the biggest challenges is that our operation may be static in that it goes from here to here. volume may grow by X percent. What we don't know is some of the surrounding noise factors that also take place. There could be additional truck traffic somewhere else. There could be another operation open up somewhere in the region, in the general neighborhood. And I'm not entirely sure how that gets factored in. I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges. But it's not that we're opposed to it, I guess. It's just trying to understand how to get that baseline. So I think what's been proposed is doing a baseline before the operation is set up, then getting a business and do a sound study right after that. And we just see if in fact it is where it's supposed to be based on our expert consultant. If it's not, then we do what's necessary to make sure it is. And that's about, I don't have a PhD in sound study to say the least. So if you want more, maybe Mr. Avani or somebody could answer
I was
that.
going to say, I don't have a PhD in it either, but it sounds to me like you're certainly open to that concept to make sure. Mr. Awani seems to be. Nope.
Yeah, Amir, do you have a second? Can you touch on that, please?
Yes, good evening. Basically, whenever you want to do a study, that's very typical that you would want to establish pre and post project noise level. So what we measure now, prior to installation of this facility, would be the baseline of what the exposure is at the residences. Once the facility is constructed, you would do a post after the implementation of the mitigation, obviously, and look at the two. If it's within the 2 dB, that means the modeling that we've done is accurate, and that would be the end. If it's not, then you would take mitigative steps and target the particular source that causes the exceedance, and you mitigate that operationally or through implementation of additional mitigation to be installed. So there was a question about continuous monitoring. Usually when you do a long-term noise monitoring, is typically for 48 hours. What we've done in other jurisdictions is, and even here, is you set up on a Thursday and you collect it on a Monday or Tuesday to collect noise levels for daytime, nighttime, for weekdays and weekends. And then you go through the data and you find out what the maximum levels are, what the minimum is, and what the average is. And that's what you would compare before and after. If there's a change in operation that warrants the remeasurement of noise, that would make sense. But having it continuous for longer, it just piles up a lot of data to go through and to know particular use.
Thank you. All right. I have one quick question, and this really is quick. What is that wall made out of? We keep hearing about sound traveling in a straight line, but it also bounces and ricochets, and it can be absorbed. So what is the wall made out of? We're gone.
Well, Amir, would you be kind enough to, or Doug?
Yes. So for the L-shaped 10-meter high wall, I use metric. So that's about 32 or 34 feet high and roughly about 800 feet long. It's going to be constructed out of shipping containers, so stacked up on top of each other.
What?
Shipping container.
Oh, shipping container? Well, that'll bounce, will it not?
No, it's got corrugation on the side that's facing the source. And the idea here is to stop transmission. There's no reflection concern for the residences in the direction that the sound travels. Plus the fact that shipping containers have corrugation on the sides that eliminates that direct or a flat surface for reflection of sound. So that's not a concern. And shipping containers are used for major noise sources. They're very effective. They have a lot of mass, and they block the noise very effectively. We use it for directional drilling for heavy equipment that generate noise in the over 120 decibel.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right.
And if I may, we will be putting a siding on there just so that from an aesthetics look, it'll look.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. So I am going to, we'll close the public hearing now. All right, wait a minute. Okay, is there anyone on the call that still wishes to speak? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and we'll bring staff back now. And then counselors, if you have any questions for staff, now's your opportunity. I'm going to hold you to 3 minutes because we're at 9 o'clock. Councillor Hickey, you're up first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff. Question on PAC condition number 1, the timing of the berm. Just in the last conversation that the mayor had asked, I'm confused as to what the delay would be in not being able to erect the wall prior to or at the same time as the berm. I mean, is the nature of shipping containers not that they're mobile?
Your Worship, through you to the councillor. With respect to the actual wall that's closer to the intermodal area that will be operating, there's a fair bit more site work that has to happen in that area. So that's what's driving the request from the applicant, which staff believe is a reasonable request, to construct that wall after that site work happens. So not initially, but they would go in there and they would do that site work and then construct that wall. The berm along Dever Road, that would be constructed in the initial phase. So that would still happen first, but the sound wall would happen after they do the site work in around the intermodal terminal, but it would still be in place prior to the intermodal area going operational.
Mark, is there an understanding of how much that site work is going to increase sound and increase disturbance in the community?
That would be one of the benefits of constructing that berm first, is that it would help to basically mitigate a lot of the construction noise, dust, and visual impact from construction.
Okay.
1 minute left, Councillor.
Okay, that's all. I'll wait for the rest. I would say the rest of council, I would be apt to, just in hearing what PAC, what the chair of PAC has said, I would be more apt to look at some of their conditions a bit deeper. That's all. Thanks, Mark.
Councillor Harris is up next. 3 minutes.
Just waiting for the red. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, and I'm not sure who to direct it at. There's two things that occur to me. One, we haven't heard about anything from a city infrastructure. I've heard mentioned a couple times this combined sewer system that is somehow connected to the construction of, or to the area of this. If there's any mitigation there that we can expect to occur, any synergy in construction that needs to happen, just curious about that. If they're there digging things up, is there a way we can capitalize and switch one over? Anyway, that's one question. The other one is from a public safety perspective. Does this logistic park, and maybe this is a question for Deputy Chief Nickel, Fire Chief Nickel, sorry, and maybe this is something you've had a chance to look at, but is there any concerns we have from a public safety perspective that this is going to increase our hazard rating for that area, equipment, whatnot? And maybe that's a little far-fetched to ask, but I'm curious.
I'm going to ask our acting commissioner of infrastructure and utilities to address your first question on sewer separation, and then we'll get on to the public safety as a second one. Kendall.
Combined sewer that is located, starts at Dever Road and heads north through the site. It will be separated as part of the project. There's a cost-sharing agreement that will occur between J.D. Irving and the City of St. John. The agreement will see J.D. Irving pay for the design of the separation. St. John Water will supply the materials, and JDI will complete the construction and will pay for the inspection services costs associated with the project.
Thank you.
And on emergency management, Deputy Fire Chief, please.
Chief Clifford's on there too.
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, that would be something we would have to look at to see, I guess, what's coming in there, what's going out, and it would be a bit of a risk analysis that we would have to do as is, as we know more about what's coming in and out of that. But it would certainly be something that would be on our radar to look at.
Thank you. Councillor Sullivan, 3 minutes.
Through you to staff, still trying to get, I know we don't do sound, and we haven't talked about sound really before in my history here, so I'm trying to get it to a chunk that I can understand. Stormwater we talk about a lot, and we often require developments to do stormwater stuff before, to check before and what's going to happen afterwards. Like I'm having trouble wrapping my head around what's in the proposal for the monitoring afterwards. My layman term says, wow, if we look at it for 48 hours, that's not a very long time. But would that be, like, the gentleman's an engineer, he doesn't work for JDI, he's a consultant hired by JDI, is that correct? And perhaps, as I'm babbling, for those who weren't at PAC, this was a PAC kind of recommendation that came out of listening to everything, and staff took it away and in the last 2 weeks brought this piece. So Mark, help.
Your worship, through you to the councillor, Mr. Irvani, I believe is his name. He is a consultant with Dillon Consulting. He's a professional engineer and he's hired by JDI. So as a professional engineer, he's got a responsibility to society, even though he's working for a corporation, to follow the relevant standards and best practices in the completion of that study. With respect to sound and sound monitoring, it's something that we've had some discussions with the applicant on, because it's not as simple as doing a traffic study. For example, if you've got 400 cars going down a road, you could say, okay, there's 400 cars coming from this intersection, 50 turn off in this driveway, 80 turn off in that driveway. So you can readily attribute where that traffic is going to and coming from. Sound is a bit more different in that when we had the discussions with the applicant around the annual program, the challenge was, it's one thing that, once they do the test before, they do the test after, that's easy that they can tell how much it increased. But if you do that every year, there's other developments in the area, and the way that sound travels and where it comes from, it's really hard to break that up into those discrete sources from a monitoring perspective. So that's what really drove our recommendation from PAC, from the annual program to a series of basically discrete elements. You would do one initially when they do the intermodal terminal. When the auto terminal comes online, there would be another. And then if there's a change in their footprint or a new additional use, there would be another pre and post trigger then.
So what would trigger that? Is it them reporting we've done something different, or do we have ongoing communications with them that?
It would be the applicant reporting that they've done something different. So if they've expanded the footprint of their container area, or if they, the auto terminal is really dependent on getting traffic from other auto manufacturers. So if that comes on stream, that would be another trigger.
Is there something that we can put in that would require them, that would be the trigger to require them to report?
There would be something. What I would recommend, if there are proposed changes to our Section 59 conditions, that we take those away and report back prior to third reading.
Your worship, if I may, through you to the councillor, what is clear this evening is there are far too many questions on sound. Therefore, should this council be in support of first and second reading this evening, we would commit to you that before we come back for third reading, we will have done further analysis on sound and come back to you with a more fulsome explanation of what we should be doing and why. And I think that's probably the best way to deal with this, because we do not have the necessary experts in the room. And quite frankly, we have not yet had enough time to look at it in detail post-PAC to first and second reading. But I'll remind council in terms of process that after second reading, there is still scope to make changes and to add additional Section 59 or others at third reading. So we could continue to do some work, and when we come back at third reading, cover the issue of sound in more detail for you before you give your final vote at third reading.
Thank you.
Your
All right,
Worship, if I could have
Councillor.
15 seconds just to
All right,
wrap up
Councillor
my
Sullivan,
point.
you haven't said anything much all night, so I'm going to give you 15
Thank you.
seconds.
Really, it's a thank you to staff and just, this is our first public hearing as this council. This is process working because PAC had less to work on. Our staff was phenomenal and said, we will come back, we'll have something with a suggestion before third reading. And so what's getting crafted here is a finer tune of what PAC had brought forward and staff doing a fantastic job of understanding us and moving it forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Hamilton, over to you.
Yes, Your Worship, members of council. I just did want to, I know there are a lot of concerns and comments around sound mitigation, and we will come back and provide additional recommendations related to that. But I did want to set some context in terms of the application. Like clearly there are a lot of pre-existing issues with respect to noise and the railroad operations. Really the role of council in this application is to look at the land use proposal that's before you this evening, which is not in relation to the railroad, is the land-based components of the intermodal facility and the auto port and the impacts related to that, and impose appropriate conditions to deal with that. The sound wall, for instance, is designed to deal with not the railroad operations, but more in relation to the offloading from the intermodal terminal. So that is why the sound wall is designed in its current locations. It's really aimed at that intermodal facility, and really the focus of the recommendations around sound mitigation are to deal with that incremental impact related to the proposal that JDI is bringing forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councillor Radwan, your 3 minutes. Is this your second one around? Or your first one? Okay.
Not yet, no.
Losing
Thank you,
track.
Mayor Reardon. Question through you to the staff. In looking at the staff's recommendation, I realize that it says the staff says that it does follow the municipal plan. The municipal plan does not state that transportation, that it would actually be zoned for transportation. It's for light industrial. So there is quite a difference there. For me, if we want to get a little bit away from things that are deemed in the municipal plan, I think that we need to be able to mitigate any of the sort of issues that are going to come into those neighborhoods. I'm wondering if there has been conversation, because unfortunately Mr. Simpson didn't answer my question about the sound wall going from one end to the other. So I'm wondering if there has been any sort of conversation about that. I'm also wondering, when it comes to the noise monitoring program, I have a lot of concerns that staff are not going to be handling it. I think that staff should be handling it. The applicant could be paying for it, but it's something that would make sure that there is no question of bias, let's put it that way. I do like the idea of having some sort of longer term monitoring, and I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Reid, about that, but there is nothing to say that their business is not going to increase. Commissioner Hamilton mentioned that we shouldn't be considering rail, but there is going to be an increase in rail in this project. So I can't help it. I think that should be a slight part of the consideration. So I'm just, and the other thing is there was actually in our packet information from, I forget the company name actually, but they had done a traffic review which said that there was 346 vehicles proposed to be on the streets. This also does not take into consideration dump trucks and such during the construction phase, but just wanted to see what sort of insight you had about that.
All right, excellent. Was there a question in there? You've got all that? You got, let's see what I got left here for you. 38 seconds, go for it. Mark.
Your Worship, I'm going to deal with some of that fairly quickly. We have had discussions with JDI about a wall along the entire front to deal with all the pre-existing conditions. The bottom line is that it's prohibitively expensive. It no longer makes the business model viable for them to try to deal with all of the past sound issues along the entire front with a wall. but with a berm, it becomes more reasonable. That's certainly the discussions I've had. I'd like our traffic engineer to speak a little bit to council with your support, Mayor, on all the various discussions that have gone on in terms of traffic flows in the area. And that should deal with most of Councillor Radwan's remaining comments, I believe. Director O'Reilly, please.
COVID's affected us a lot, for sure. Okay, so your worship and council, I want to be brief and to the point and give you some facts around traffic to and from the site. So first of all, the truck route, the truck path, I use the word path, between this development and the truck route is going from Dever Road to the east, up Church Avenue, onto Reddy Street, and back onto the lower part of Catherwood and out to the highway. That's the travel back and forth. The truck route is at the corner of Reddy Street and Main Street West. That's the shortest path between the development and the truck route, and that's the path that these trucks have to take. We also have the engineer for the developer confirm that that's also the safest route to get from point A to point B. So it's also the safest route and the shortest route, and that's what's defined in the traffic bylaw. So some of the residents' concerns about trucks traveling on Manchester Avenue, trucks from this development are not allowed to travel on Manchester Avenue. They must use that defined truck route, and we, besides it being in the traffic bylaw, we asked the developer's consultant to confirm that's the case and put in writing that that's required. In terms of numbers, so a lot of numbers have been talked about tonight, but in clear numbers, in 2014, there's about 400 trucks that were traveling per day on Church Avenue, so as part of this route. In 2018, it was 258 trucks. This particular development is expected to generate 80 truck traffic trips per day. So when you add it together, that's about 338 or approximately 340 or so with what Councillor Rodron mentioned. So from 400 in 2014 up to about 338 in current numbers today. So the reason why some of the changes is because of the modal split and some of the rail to trucks and back and forth. The challenge we have in the system in terms of truck traffic and transportation is there are fluctuations in the system. So all we can go on is some pure numbers and how that truck traffic is going to change from point A to point B. But that's the route, it's required, and there should be no trucks traveling Manchester Avenue, and that's the numbers that are expected as a result of this development on top of the existing truck traffic. The questions from the first speaker about B trains and long combination vehicles, that discussion about long combination vehicles is something that I asked to be discussed as part of this traffic study. There are certain truck sizes that are permitted on any road within the province, including city streets. B trains are allowed to be on any city street. A B train is 2 sections of trucks, but smaller in size than a long combination vehicle. A long combination vehicle is 2 53-foot trailers in combination on the same truck. Those types of trucks are not permitted in the Motor Vehicle Act without a permit. So a long combination vehicle in any city street requires the city's permission, including to this location. So I simply wanted to make sure it was noted as part of this development that if the developer intends to use long combination vehicles, they have to get that permission from the City of St. John. Just a bit of history on long combination vehicles. There's only been a handful. I can only name 2 since I've been the traffic engineer since 2008. Those 2 have been either directly on truck routes or right at one of the highway interchanges. This obviously would be a little bit different situation because there's quite a bit of a path between city streets to a designated truck route. So we'll have to consider that if the developer comes forward and identifies long combination vehicles. In terms of crosswalks, and that's my last point, some questions about safety crossing the street along Dever Road. We had the developer's consultant look at the crossings along Dever Road. There's an existing crosswalk at Greendale Crescent crossing the street. That provides access over to the other side, and there's a sidewalk on both sides of Dever. We asked them to look at Hughes Lane, which would be very close to the playground site. However, there are sightline constraints on Dever Road based on the traffic vehicle volumes, so the existing crosswalk down at Greendale Crescent is the safest one to cross. So I want to provide you a bit of facts and figures and statistics based on what's in the traffic study as well as going to be expected.
Thank you, Director O'Reilly. Councillor Harris, you got 3 minutes. I know this is your second go-round.
Yeah, it won't take that long. I have a motion to make, but I think we have to do that after questions. Or is to the city clerk through you, your worship, to the city clerk, is now a time when we can make a motion?
Are we? I have.
Yeah, a motion can be made at any time, but traditionally we would allow all council members to speak.
I'll come right back to you. Councillor Killen, please.
So I was reading, I just want to make sure that we include enforcement in this whole noise monitoring situation that you're going to look at, because it says right here in black and white, the city has bylaw to regulate noise, however, does not apply to large industrial operations. And the city has discussed updating its policy around noise amongst residential and commercial properties, but due to work plan demands, it has not been able to be prioritized. So I understand that, and given that, can we make an exception for this one to look at the enforcement?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Norton, did you have a question or a comment? And then I'm going back.
Yeah, certainly I do. I through you to Jacqueline. I wish Phil Ouellette was here for this one, because what I want to raise, and I don't think it's come up in the conversation here, is how short rail is regulated in the province of New Brunswick, and nobody's touched on it at all. Like, the city's ability to enforce anything on short rail is less than a toothless dog. So, Jacqueline, can you provide some insight before we go down a road of motion after motion as it relates to enforcement on sound issues where we have no jurisdiction? We need to have that, because there's been motions of previous councils to go ahead and do that. Short rail and long rail, there's a massive difference, and that's why you can't compare what's happening in Moncton and St. John. That's enough of my teach-in. Jacqueline, can you please?
Worship, through you to Councillor Norton. The councillor is correct. The regulation of short rail resides with the province. The city does not have the authority to regulate that aspect of the development. Really, that was the point of my previous comments, that the focus for council would be on the land-based operations related to this proposal, so the intermodal facility as well as the auto port. And that's the rationale for the conditions that we put before you with respect to the noise mitigation measures. And certainly we'd be happy to take another look at how we could bolster those, but with the rail operations, there are limitations to our authority there.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I think, Your Worship, in the conversation, I don't want that to get lost. I know I have about a minute left. The best win for residents to mitigate sound as it relates to rail operations is through this application. It's longer rail and less shunting. Right now, we have empty box cars that are worse than symbols that are being exchanged in and out to get products in line to go to different distributors, and it's wrecking havoc. We can increase our efficiency in that rail through this application, but our ability to enforce much on short rail really rests with the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure and public safety. It resides with the province and not with the municipality. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Perfect. 6 seconds left. Thank you, Councillor Norton. General Counsel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on the councillor's question around enforcement against railways, to the Commissioner's point, Council does not regulate the railway, but the Council does regulate land use. And Council certainly has tools in its toolbox to enforce land use. And Section 59 conditions is one such tool. And enforcement of that is definitely within the city's authority.
Okay, thank you, General
And
Counsel.
Your Worship, if I may, just to wrap out that discussion, again, should this council be supportive of first and second reading, that's the work that's left to be done, to come back to you prior to third reading to address what we have clearly heard this evening, that there are still some unanswered questions and some outstanding issues amongst councilors on the entire noise issue, be it enforcement, be it monitoring, be it who pays, et cetera. And that can certainly be a commitment as we move forward towards third reading. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harris, you're going to get your light on there for us.
So thank you, Your Worship. Whereas we've heard from PAC about this noise mitigation factor being changed, and whereas we've just heard from Council that we have the appropriate tools to regulate that land use, I would hereby motion to refer the adoption, and I think this is important for the record. I think it's also important that we get the language right on what we're looking for. So I'd hereby motion to refer the adoption of an amendment to the current proposal to the city manager to construct an amendment to this proposal that provides us with long-term noise monitoring with the scope approved by the city and to be paid for by JDI or one of the pertinent partners. And so just to kind of clarify that, I think how we do long-term, we heard, well, it's difficult for all these reasons. We have their schedule. We know when these trains are being offloaded and coming. We surely can get it right and set up the noise monitoring around that schedule to hit heavy traffic. We don't have to have, a month's worth of data to be convoluted with a bunch of stuff happening at something down the road. So I would just say that I used that language so that hopefully we can aim noise monitoring in conjunction because, and we also have, if I'm not mistaken, we have the opportunity with this to propose something that would bind them even if we don't have the regulatory ability to go after them with teeth. I mean, I know it's different, the intermodal versus the rail, but they have already said they're willing business partners here in this noise mitigation piece, but they themselves just don't know how it would work out, how we'd measure it. So I think if we can aim something at this point to say, look, we want control of this as city in respect to our citizens and their concerns, then I think we could be doing the community a service and we'd at least be mitigating somewhat of these factors. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have to ask a question of the clerk here. Do we do this, or do we have to have one of the proposals, the PAC or the amended staff recommendations or the PAC recommendations first?
Your Worship, my understanding is there's no positive obligation of council to follow the recommendations in the staff report or PAC. There's a few different ways this could be handled. As the city manager mentioned, council could proceed with first and second reading, and then once that's done, a referral motion could be made for the motion that the councilor just brought up. But there's no requirement for council to vote on the PAC recommendation or the staff recommendation as it was written in those reports.
Okay, so I guess what I'll ask then, General Counsel, should I put you up next here?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to comment on what the clerk has said. Your obligation through this process is to seek the written views of the PEC, which you've sought and obtained. You do not have an obligation to adopt their views, but if you choose to not adopt their views under the Community Planning Act, there is a provision that provides that 2/3 majority of council is required if you do not plan to give effect to the views of the PAC.
So if we were to go with the staff's amended recommendation, we would need 2/3 of council to do that. Is that what you're telling me?
If you are choosing to not give effect to the views of the PAC in your bylaw, you do need 2/3.
Okay. So I guess my question is then, are we going with Councillor Harris's motion? Are we going with, that could be part of it, obviously, a component of it. Are we I guess, do I have a seconder for Councillor Harris's motion? Okay, well, okay, Councillor Hickey, then you'll second that and you go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, I know Jacqueline just mentioned potentially Melanie. Within Councillor Harris's motion, do we have that oversight ability?
Your Worship, members of council, first of all, I'd like the general counsel to just make a correction to what she just mentioned, please, and then I'd like to make a comment.
Thank you. Apologies, it's not 2/3, it's a majority of the whole of council.
I see.
All right. Should council be supportive? My recommendation is that we should consider, that you should consider first and second reading. Once you have considered first and second reading, then I think at that point it would be appropriate to consider Councillor Harris's referral motion for the city manager to explore I'll abbreviate your motion, forgive me, Councillor, that the sound issues, and come back to council with that prior to third reading. That continues the work down the road if this council is supportive of it. But simply referring the sound motion at this point in time without getting a consideration from, an indication from council as to their support of first and second reading may lead to nugatory work, quite frankly. Work that is not required if council is not supportive of first and second reading.
So do I need to refer that motion to second reading?
Well,
post-second
no,
reading?
what I can do, Councillor Harris, is I'll just provide a friendly amendment to include the city manager's recommendation to add first and second reading to your motion.
First and second reading of the PAC?
No, of
or
the-
Of staff's
second-
recommendation.
The amended staff
recommendation.
staff report.
Okay.
All of the other recommendations are on third reading of section 59.
Correct.
Certainly do first and second reading and look at any of the motions.
Thereafter.
That's my amendment suggestion to Councillor Harris's motion.
Okay, so I need to speak to the clerk then. Or what do we do with the motion that's on the floor?
Yeah, I think we're making it overly complicated here, so we will just deal with the motion separately. We can deal with the referral motion first. It would-
Okay.
Or we could deal with the first and second reading first.
All right, let's deal with the referral motion first.
No, first
No,
and
first and second
Or
reading
sorry,
first,
let's-
please,
Let's
Mayor.
deal with first and second reading.
So,
First of the amended staff report.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have the-
So the motion now belongs to council. It's been moved and seconded. So council as a whole could choose to put that aside and deal with the motion to give first and second reading.
So would that, sorry, just a question on process, would that be a tabling motion for a short period of time to get the first and second reading and then bring it back?
That would be one way of dealing with it, yes. So we could table the referral motion and then deal with first and second reading.
I'll move to table the referral motion just after we do the first and second reading, just to keep things in process.
Okay, we got first and second, all in favor on the tabling motion? Contrary minded? Okay, motion carried to table Councillor Harris's, Councillor Hickey's motion. Let's go back to move first reading of the staff amended. Pardon? Okay. Staff amended report. You've moved it. Councillor Norton is a second on it. Any questions? All in favor? Contrary minded? Councillor Radwan
And Councillor Killen.
and Councillor Killen, contrary minded. Okay.
This bylaw is entitled a law to amend the zoning bylaw of the city of St. John.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Norton. Any questions on the motion? All in favor? Contrary minded? Councillor Radwan, Councillor Killen.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the city of St. John.
Okay. Motion to lift. Councillor Sullivan to lift, Councillor McKenzie to lift. Referral motion from Councillor Harris and Councillor Hickey. Does anyone have any questions on that referral motion to the city manager? Oh, sorry. Vote on lifting it from the table. All in favor? Contrary minded? Okay. All right.
So now, Your Worship, you have the referral motion on the table. It has been seconded, and now you'd have to take a vote on that referral motion.
Okay. On the referral motion, any questions? All in favor? Contrary minded? Councilor Radwan? Motion carried. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Councilor Hickey, Councilor Killen? All in favor? Motion carried.